Sorry about that. Could we just do it one more time? I don't think the streams were up yet. Thanks.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Perfect. And now just the French, please. Thanks. Perfect. That's great. Thank you.
monde, bienvenue. We are going to start in 1 minute. We'll start in 1 minute. Thank you, merci. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue. I'm going to call the meeting to order. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. Les peuples de la nation Algonquin Anishinaabe.
The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. The City of Ottawa honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people and for their valuable past and present contributions to this land.
The meeting today, I wanted to say something right off the bat. There is an erroneous report in the media this morning by the CBC saying that the strong mayor powers have been used 81 times during this term of council, which is completely incorrect. In fact, 81 times during this term of council, I have refused to use the strong mayor powers and signed a declaration indicating I will not be using the strong mayor powers, including 75 times when I have chosen not to veto the democratic decisions of council, and 6 times when I've delegated authority that I've been given to council or to the city manager to carry out, even though I had the power to do it myself under the strong mayor powers. And I'll be doing it an 82nd time this morning with this piece of paper right here, which I will sign at the end of the meeting, agreeing to not veto the decisions of council. So I wanted to say that right off the bat to correct the erroneous report and also to make it clear once again, I committed to not using the strong mayor powers. I have not used them because I respect you as colleagues. Thank you. And I respect the decisions that we make together. So thank you. I appreciate that. Now that I have that off my chest, for those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Tony
Thank you, merci. I'll ask now for the roll call.
Councillor Luboff.
Good morning.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseillère Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Skolsky.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Conseiller Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Monsieur le maire, nous avons quorum.
Merci beaucoup.
You have quorum.
Confirmation of the minutes from the council meeting of September 10th, including the confidential minutes. Are those carried? Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, I'll note the communications on the agenda. There were no regrets that were filed. Motion to introduce reports. Councillor Devine?
Thank you, Chair. That the Ottawa Public Library Board report entitled Easement Agreement of Purchase of Sale for part of 3870 Old Richmond Road, Centennial Branch. The Ottawa Board of Health entitled Appointment of Associate Medical Officer of Health in Camera, Personal Matters about an Identifiable Individual. Audit Committee Report 13, Bill Heritage Committee Report 25, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 19, Planning and Housing Committee Report 53, Transit Committee Report 21, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of September 10th, 2025, received and considered.
Is that carried? All right, from the Ottawa Public Library Board, item 10.1 is an easement agreement on purchase of sale for part of 38 Richmond Road. Is that carried?
Carried.
We have from the Ottawa Board of Health, item 11.1, the appointment of the Associate Medical Officer of Health. If everyone's okay to with that, then I will ask Councillor Kitts to read a motion.
Mr. Mayor, be it resolved, the council approve the appointment of Dr. Alicia Karima Ahmed as Associate Medical Officer of Health, and subject to approval of recommendation 1, the council transmit its recommendation for approval of the appointment to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Is that carried? From Audit Committee, 12.1, the Office of the Auditor General Semi-Annual Report on Follow-up Procedures. Is that received? 12.2 is the Audit of Development Application Review. Is that carried? 12.3 is the follow-up report on the Audit of Enterprise Risk Management. Is that carried? 12.4 is the follow-up report on cybersecurity investigation. Is that carried? 12.5 is the follow-up report on the audit of cybersecurity. Is that carried? From Built Heritage Committee, 13.1, consideration of objection to the notice of intention to designate 251 Northwestern Avenue. Is that carried? 13.2 is the designation of the former Royal Canadian Air Force Officers Mess on Gloucester Street. Is that carried? From Environment and Climate Change Committee, item 14.1 is the update on the Provincial Blue Box program. Councillor Dudas, I believe you have a direction related to that. But otherwise, does anybody want it held, or can we just have the direction and then proceed? Good. Okay, Councillor Dudas.
Mr. Mayor, that prior to the regular distribution period of the curbside collection calendar, staff ensure clear and proactive communication to residents using all available channels regarding the transition to a digital-only format. Councillors be provided with advance notice, including a detailed communications plan and a list of shareable resources to support outreach within their communities.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Staff are good with that direction?
We are, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, is the item carried? 14.2 is the tree planting strategy update. Is that received? Item 14.3 is the climate change master plan progress update. HG inventories. Is that received? 14.4, response to audit of climate change master plan report. Is that carried? From Planning and Housing Committee, item 15.1, Stittsville South Future Neighborhood Official Plan Amendment. Is that carried? And the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? I know we have a couple of dissents on item 16.1. Is that
Yes,
right?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to register my dissent on 16.1.
I will also register my dissent on 16.1. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And me as well. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right, we will move in camera then. So, Councillor Devine, I will ask you to introduce the motion to move in camera, which is seconded by Councillor Desroches.
Thank you, Chair. Be it resolved that City Council resolve in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100, subsections 13.1D, Labor Relations and Employee Negotiations, and 13.1F, the receiving advice that is subject to solicitor privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to the following items. Strategic collective bargaining, the Ottawa Carleton Public Employees Union Local 503, Aquatics and PTRC, ratification of tentative agreements, and strategic collective bargaining, Amalgamated Transit Union 279, ratification of tentative agreement.
Is that carried? Thank you. We will move in camera and begin the closed session as soon as possible. resume again in 1 minute. We'll be starting again in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. For the benefit of the public joining us, Ottawa City Council just met in camera pursuant to Procedure Bylaw 2025-100 as follows. Subsections 13.1d, Labor Relations and Employee Negotiations, and 13.1f, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, to receive information with respect to strategic collective bargaining, the Ottawa Carleton Public Employees Union, Local 503, Aquatics, and PTRC, ratification of tentative agreements, and strategic collective bargaining, Amalgamated Transit Union 279, ratification of tentative agreement. During the closed session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. We do have two motions resulting from that in-camera discussion, beginning with a motion from Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the City of Ottawa, the City, and the Ottawa Carleton Public Employees Union Local 503, Aquatics and Part-Time Recreation and Cultural, PTRC, QP Aquatics, and PTRC have committed to working collaboratively to resolve issues of mutual concern in the workplace. Whereas the collective agreements between the City and QP Aquatics, PTRC, expired on December 31st, 2024. Whereas the bargaining teams for the City and QP Aquatics and PTRC have been in negotiations in an effort to renew the collective agreement on mutually agreeable terms. Whereas the City and QP Aquatics and PTRC bargaining teams reached a tentative agreement on June 24th, 2025, subject to ratification by the QP Aquatics and PTRC membership and City Council. Whereas QP Aquatics and PTRC membership have ratified the tentative agreement. Be it resolved that City Council ratify the tentative agreement with the Ottawa Carleton Public Employees Union Local 503, Aquatics and Part-Time Recreation and Culture, and be it further resolved that the terms of the tentative agreement be made public following Council approval.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Is that carried? Thank you. And next motion from Councillor Gower.
Whereas the City of Ottawa and the Amalgamated Transit Union 279 have committed to working collaboratively to resolve issues of mutual concern in the workplace, and whereas the collective agreement between the City and ATU expired on March 31st, 2025, and whereas the bargaining teams for the City and ATU have been in negotiations in an effort to renew the collective agreements on mutually agreeable terms, and whereas the City and ATU bargaining teams reached a tentative agreement on August 30th, 2025, subject to ratification by the ATU membership and City Council, and whereas ATU has ratified the tentative agreement, be it resolved that City Council ratify the tentative agreement with the Amalgamated Transit Union 279, and be it further resolved that the terms of the tentative agreement be made public following Council approval.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. I know some of our Labour partners are in the audience here today, so just want to thank you very, very much. Thank you. Okay. Item 18, disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports. Councillor Devine.
That the Ottawa Public Library Board report entitled Easement Agreement of Purchase and Sale for part of 3870 Old Richmond Road, Centennial Branch. The Ottawa Board of Health report entitled entitled Appointment of Associate Medical Officer of Health in Camera Personal Matters but Identify an Individual, Audit Committee Report 13, Built Heritage Committee Report 25, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 19, Planning and Housing Committee Report 53, Transit Committee Report 21, and the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of September 10, 2025, be received and adopted as amended.
Is that carried? Thank you. Motions of which notice has previously been given. Conseillère Plante, une motion sur le 100e anniversaire de l'ordre de Jacques Cartier.
This is the motion about la patente. Can we put it on the screen, please? Thank you so much. Can we scroll down? We will only read at the end. Therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that Parc Canada and the Committee of the Francophonie de l'Association Communautaire de Vanier be granted permission to install a federal bilingual plaque in the northeast section of the park owned by the city. It is further resolved that the plaque not be installed without final approval of text and site placement by the City of Ottawa. Be it further resolved that all costs for the production, installation, maintenance, and/or replacement of the stand and plaque be funded by an external source, including but not limited to Parc Canada and the Comité de la Francophonie de l'Association Communautaire de Vanier. Thank you so much. Is it adopted?
Merci.
Carried.
Year-round on-street parking restrictions, northern portion of Bray Crescent. Councillor Gower.
Therefore be it resolved that City Council approve the installation of no parking anytime on the south side of Bray Crescent from the intersection of Stittsville Main Street at Bray Crescent North to the intersection of Bray Crescent at Norway Spruce Street North.
Is that carried? Carried. Appointment of honorary council co-chair for the 2025 City of Ottawa Employee United Way campaign, Councillor Bradley. Do you want to say anything?
Perfect. No, I don't need to say anything. I think this is a well-honored and respected tradition, and I'm very pleased that Councillor Dudas, as Chair of Community and Social Services, is prepared to take this role on again. So I will just quickly read that therefore be it resolved that Council appoint Councillor Laurier Dudas as the honorary council co-chair for the 2025 City of Ottawa Employee United Way campaign.
Thank you. Is that carried? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Advancing food security by addressing root causes. Councillor Carr? You can just read, you can read the therefore be it resolved, or you can simply speak to it if you want. It's up to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It is a very long motion. So I will quickly read parts of the therefore be it resolved. The council directs staff to develop a strategy that will engage provincial and federal governments, other municipalities and community partners, including the Ottawa Food Bank Network, Ottawa Community Food Partnership, Feed Ontario and Food Banks Canada, to address the root causes of food insecurity, focusing on advocacy to the provincial government for improvements to social assistance programs, advocating to the federal government for strengthened and indexed income supports, including EI, CCB, OAS, and the Canadian Disability Benefit, collaborating with city departments to implement poverty reduction strategy priorities that promote equitable hiring practices, amongst other things, advocating with the province to secure funding for organizations tackling food insecurity and the root causes using a collective impact approach, and recognizing access to affordable housing as a root cause of food insecurity and aligning those advocacy efforts with other deliverables, including City of Ottawa's 10-year housing and homelessness plan refresh, to expand these investments. And be it further resolved that this motion be shared by the Mayor to Premier Doug Ford, Prime Minister Mike Carney, all Ottawa MPPs and MPs, as well as AMO FCM, to amplify Ottawa's voice. First of all, before speaking, I want to thank very much the Ottawa Food Bank, whose headquarters offices are located in my ward. Also the chair of Community Services Community, including Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Toster, Councillor King, Councillor Plant, who I've had lots of discussions about food security with over the last few years. I certainly, do not want to be somebody who brings forward emergency declarations without having a plan in place. I think it's really important that we focus on actions and not necessarily words. But the economic crisis in our city is very real right now, and we've seen increasingly since the COVID-19 pandemic that we have increased people experiencing homelessness, having challenges with affordable housing, and ultimately people are making choices about choosing housing or choosing food. And we've seen an increase of 90% of visits to the Ottawa Food Bank since 2019, which is terrifying. And 37% of the users of the Ottawa Food Bank are children. There was a time when 1 in 15 people were experiencing food insecurity. It's now 1 in 4, and that's incredible. I have the privilege of working at the Haydon Road Community Centre from my ward office, where I saw firsthand when it was a shelter for many years. The desperation in our city, but it also has the Haydon Emergency Food Bank, which has lineups constantly. It's just record numbers that you're seeing people coming in. So I think this sort of action, working in collaboration with people advocating to the federal and provincial governments for root cause solutions here on what we can do to really improve the situation for people is really, really critical. And huge thanks to Rachel and her team who are up there right now for all their support that they give to the entire Ottawa community and to the mayor. And I'll give a shout out to Aisha, who I know, worked really hard with staff and Ottawa Food Bank to get this right. So I'm really pleased to be delivering this today, and I hope I have unanimous support. And I think there's lots of work ahead for Claire's team in particular, but also other city departments as well, to help a coordinated response so we can get some action from upper levels of government to make change. So thank you very much to all my colleagues, and looking forward to hopefully having unanimous support on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and thank you for your participation and collaboration and leadership on this. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I want to thank Councillor Carr for putting this motion forward. Since taking office, I've heard from virtually every social service provider that food insecurity is going through the roof. Organizations that never focused on providing food before are now providing food. It started during the pandemic. And then when provincial funding was removed that was provided during the pandemic, those organizations are making do because people are still hungry. We know the challenge with combating food insecurity is that unlike other essentials like housing and healthcare, there's no clear authority over who should be providing the service. And this can't be another issue that other levels of government download onto municipalities through default and neglect. The province and the federal government must recognize the immediate critical need in. And one of the root causes is the abysmally low social assistance and Ontario disability rates. Until we raise the income of the folks living in the deepest poverty, they won't be able to afford to eat. That is just the reality. And something else we can do is invest in deeply affordable housing. If we lower the cost of housing, that will increase the budget that people have available for food. So I'm glad that this motion applies a food security lens to our ongoing priorities and looks at the root causes. We have 14,000 households on the centralized waitlist for housing, and residents across the city are paying far more than they can afford for a roof over their heads, which leaves next to nothing for other basic needs. Food banks were only ever supposed to be temporary support, and now they become an essential service. And the fact that they've become a necessity is a policy failure at all levels of government. So I want to thank you, Rachel and her team, for being here from the Ottawa Food Bank. And I hope my council colleagues will join me in advocating for a universal basic income, and barring that, an increase in social assistance rates so that people can actually feed themselves and their families. I find it amazing that during the pandemic, the federal government determined that $2,000 a month was a basic minimum income. And yet after pandemic assistance went away, social assistance rates are far below that. So I think that acknowledgement is the fact that the federal government knew what people actually need to survive. And right now people are not getting that. So thank you so much, Councillor Carr, and I'm very happy to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor King?
Thank you so much, Your Worship, and I'd also like to thank Councillor Carr as well as Councillor Kitts for bringing this motion forward and frankly bringing a motion that takes a comprehensive approach. I'd also like to acknowledge the leadership of our Community Services Chair, Dudas, who supports this vision as well. I think it's very important to take a comprehensive approach rather than treating food insecurity as an isolated issue. This motion recognizes the interconnected nature of poverty, how, and I think that's very important. It also aligns with our poverty reduction strategy, which was approved just months ago, demonstrating that we are serious about implementing the commitments that we have made to our most vulnerable residents. The motion calls for advocacy at multiple levels of government because food insecurity is not a problem that can be solved by any single social assistance rates to inflation and review legislation that traps people in cycles of poverty. And we also need the federal government to strengthen and index income supports. I'm also particularly pleased to see the emphasis on collaboration with community partners who have been sounding the alarm on this crisis. Organizations like the Ottawa Food Bank Network, emergency shelters, and the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers have been on the front lines. They have seen firsthand how inadequate social assistance rates and systemic barriers push vulnerable residents deeper into food security. I think this motion is very important because this is more than a policy. It's about our values as a community. When we declare that access to adequate, nutritious food is a basic human right, we commit ourselves to creating the conditions where that right can be realized for all residents. For that reason, I'm very gratified to have the opportunity to support this motion. I believe it lets us send a message to our provincial and federal partners that Ottawa is ready to be part of the solution. Let us show our community partners that we stand with them, and let us demonstrate to the over 52,800 people who've accessed food programs in November that we see them, we hear them, and we are committed to addressing the root causes that brought them to the food banks in the first place. The time for incremental change has passed. The time for bold action is now. Thank you so much for bringing this motion to Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to compliment those colleagues who spoke before me. I certainly agree with the motion before us and their sage words this morning. I'm most concerned with what happened today. We will pass this motion, we will write a letter, and then what happens? I don't think we advocate well enough as a council on priorities, particularly when we're saying we want to reach out to the province and federal government. This is a big motion, all-encompassing motion. I like it because it gets proactive approach what are the causes of poverty, of food insecurity. But we really need to stick to the plan and not only work with local partners, but ensure that those that can impact change the most, that have the resources to assist us, mainly the provincial and federal governments, are on board. So I would argue that after today, we need a clear advocacy plan. Who's the quarterback? What is the plan to make sure that we move the yardsticks on this matter? The first bullet talks about improvements to social assistance programs, including indexing. Yep, I'm on board for that. But the rates right now are so grossly inadequate to begin with. There needs to be a realization that in order for people to survive, the benefits received need to match the true cost of living in this city and across this province, and they're not. That is contributing to significant challenges for residents who receive these types of benefits. So I want to underline that as well. And my only last question regarding the third bullet to the general manager, because it talks about practices within city departments to implement the production strategy, and it gives a number of examples. How far advanced are we on doing this already? I was a little surprised to see the necessity for this particular clause, but can you comment on what progress we're making in this regard?
Thank you, Mayor. The team has been progressing with the Poverty Reduction Working Group, as well as the Food Security Pillar Working Group. Many members are included in the of that group are included and described in the motion. So the team has been advancing on the poverty reduction strategy, in particular the food security pillar. The working group is currently planning a food symposium to be held at the end of October to bring partners together with a facilitated discussion around not only what are the priorities locally, but what are the actions that we can take collectively, which will include the ongoing advocacy that we're doing with provincial government on, for instance, the Ontario Works rates and other changes that would be beneficial for clients with regards to the Ontario Works Act. Internally, we have a working group that meets and they're partners in those actions and activities that are taking place. And so that's part of the work that's ongoing, and certainly the symposium will be a launching pad for next steps on this particular motion.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just wanted confirmation that the city is already very active in promoting equitable hiring practices. We support access to decent work. We embed anti-racism measures in our workplace policies and cultures. I'm just seeking clarification. We're doing that at this time.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, we are advancing on those through various channels, updating our equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy, for instance, which is led by engagement and consultation across the corporation.
Okay, very well. Okay, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Of course, I will be supporting this motion today, and I commend Councillor Carr and Councillor Kitts for their leadership in bringing this forward and working with the various stakeholder community groups that we have in the City of Ottawa who are doing great work. I know you have a number of groups listed here, again, that are some of the larger providers of food bank services. I know in my own community of Riverside South, we have the Community Table. That is a volunteer-based organization. It was set up within the last couple of years. They see a rising demand, unfortunately, for their services. They are working locally with a lot of businesses to bolster the supply of food that's available there. Could you ask to Clara, could you confirm that the work you're going to do to develop this strategy will include not just the larger groups that are in place and work provincially and nationally and locally, but you'll also be working with some of the smaller providers that do, again, excellent work at a very grassroots level in local communities that maybe aren't as served by the larger providers?
Mayor, yes, we can confirm that we will be doing that kind of outreach.
Great, thank you very much, and I hope that people watching at home will see that we're doing our bit to bring some advocacy here, and hope that they'll continue to donate generously to the food bank drives that take place right across the city all year round, in particular the OC Transport Drive that brings in a lot of food for the food bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. Sorry. All right. Item 20.5 is the 5-day-a-week office standard and working from home. Councillor Leeper, did you want to reintroduce the motion and speak to it?
Thank you very much, Mayor, and I'll just wait for that to come up on the screen. So whereas on August 25th, 2025, the city manager informed the mayor and council by way of memo that the city of Ottawa will return to 5 days in the office as the new standard for all city employees effective January 1st, 2026. And whereas the city manager has made this determination according to the authority delegated by council to make workplace administration policy decisions, whereas in response to the extraordinary circumstances of COVID-19 related lockdowns, the city has permitted, subject to reasonable operation operational requirements, working from home as an alternative to working in the office. And whereas evidence has not been provided that either productivity or the delivery of taxpayer value has been diminished under the current arrangement, or that either could be significantly enhanced by a 5-day-a-week in the office standard. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs the City Manager to rescind the 5-day-a-week office standard and that working from home continue to be accommodated subject to reasonable operational considerations consistent with recent practices. May I say a couple of words on that one, Mayor? So, colleagues, I will just thank very much Councillor Bradley, who has given her strong support to this motion in the course of seconding it. I want to thank the media who have covered this story and given me the opportunity to explain in depth why I've put this forward. And I would very much like to especially thank city staff. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, I've received your overwhelming number of letters. You have told me, you have told my colleagues, you have told the mayor your stories. And I am convinced that you continue to want to deliver excellent service to residents as you have been, while still being able to take advantage of quality of life considerations around childcare, more time with your families, less time commuting on congested roads and a broken bus system, and keeping more of your dollars in vibrant local community economies. I thank you for the work that you've done. When we sent you home at the outset of the lockdowns, you pivoted, you learned new technologies, you became creative with new ways of working. And today, I hope that you understand my motion is a desire to continue to support you as you both seek to provide great value to taxpayers, as well as to be able to live the fulfilling lives I think you're owed. Colleagues, I'm listening. I'll be curious to hear the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce a replacement motion. If we can get on the screen. All right, thank you. Whereas the city manager bylaw confirms that the city manager to be the chief administrative officer pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001, and the city manager shall have supervision over and direction of the general administration of the city and the officers and employees thereof, and has such other powers commensurate with the role, and as described in the delegations of authority bylaw. And whereas the delegation of authority bylaw is clear that the city manager has the delegated authority to make decisions respecting corporate administrative policies and procedures of the city, including with respect to work arrangements for city staff. And whereas the delegation of authority to the city manager in matters relating to human resource policy and administration is a standard found across all levels of government in Canada. And whereas these delegated authorities are designed to ensure expertise, efficiency, and to prevent direct political interference in human resource matters and are a longstanding practice for effective governance. And whereas past determinations and decisions about the nature of in-office, remote, or hybrid work arrangements, those determinations have been at the discretion of the city manager, having regard to collective agreements, terms and conditions of employment, and applicable policies under the authority delegated to the city manager under the Municipal Act Section 229A, and as confirmed by Council pursuant to Section 3 of the City Manager Bylaw. And whereas City Council acknowledges and is grateful for the outstanding work of municipal public servants who serve their community, and whereas the city manager has confirmed that the city will continue to offer robust alternative work arrangements to accommodate the unique needs of employees in conjunction with operational needs, roles, and available workspaces, and consistent with the application of the workplace policies and collective agreements, hybrid work will not be unreasonably denied. And whereas the city manager has confirmed she will continue to monitor the situation, consider feedback from members of council on this matter, and adjust accordingly on a regular basis, with full consideration of providing work-life balance to employees, and that hybrid work arrangements will still be available in accordance with workplace policies and applicable collective agreements. And whereas interfering in an administrative decision from the city manager would call into question council's trust in the administrative decision-making capabilities of the city manager. Therefore, be it resolved that council confirm by way of this motion that they have received the city manager's clear affirmation that the approach governing return to office is flexible, and that the city will continue to allow hybrid work arrangements as appropriate and in accordance with workplace policies and applicable collective agreements, as coordinated between employees and their managers, considering many factors such as, but not limited to, productivity, caregiver or other leaves as per contract conditions and dedicated workspace, and be it further resolved that this motion does not reflect a position or opinion on any other employer. Council acknowledges that different employers and businesses have unique requirements and objectives that affect the ability to offer hybrid work arrangements. And be it further resolved that Council officially reiterate its support for the decision-making authority of the City Manager as delegated to her by Council and as set forth in Section 229 of the Municipal Act 2001 and as confirmed by Council pursuant to Section 3 of the City Manager Bylaw 2025-68 and the Delegation of Authority Bylaw 2025-69. Mr. Mayor, can I make a few comments? So, colleagues, I think this motion is a motion that we should all support, because I think this motion does take into consideration the message we have received from our city manager, indicating that there will always be flexibility. I mean, I think we will all recognize, given our own behaviors, that hybrid work is here to stay. It's just not always appropriate in every situation. I mean, we have a service review working group that we as a council have set up so that we can ensure that things are as efficiently run as possible, that we have streamlined processes. And the person we've charged with finding those and figuring out the best way to operate the city is the city manager. So I think that if we expect that the direction we give, committee after committee and at council, should be effective, streamlined, and we should get things done in a timely manner, then I think we have to respect the authority of the city manager. The other thing is I will point to the recent audit at Audit Committee of development applications. I mean, that there needs some attention. Why is it that it takes us longer to approve housing than most other municipalities? That should be something that the city manager is looking at and determining how best can every department work. If that's an example where there could be more efficiencies, then I point to that as one example. But I, for one, believe that the city manager has given us every indication that she will be flexible and look at where this is required and where it's not. So I would urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
As a point of order, Mayor. Yes. Sorry, this was characterized as a replacement motion. It's clearly not a replacement motion. I certainly understand that since it's been put on the table since my motion, it will be voted on first. But if it fails, my motion would still be on the table.
Yes, that is the case. So we will vote on Councillor Curry's motion first.
I just want to clarify it's not
if it fails, we would vote on your motion. That is the procedure for a replacement motion.
That is.
Thank you.
So, yeah. That is the normal procedure for a replacement motion. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, Mayor, we're just seeing this motion on the fly right now. I haven't seen this beforehand. There's a lot in the motion to consider. There are 3 large, therefore be it resolved clauses. I'm going to ask for 2 things. Number 1, that can it be sent to all city councillors? And number 2, I think we need to take a pause to review what it says. Councillor Leeper put forward a motion that has been on the table now for 2 weeks in advance of everybody. I thought these kinds of types of shenanigans were done with last term, these replacement motions at the last minute when no one sees them. I can't tell how many other councillors have seen this. I don't know. I certainly haven't seen it, and I think the majority of councillors around the table haven't. So we're now dealing with a replacement motion that's antithetical to the initial motion that was on the floor. So I'm just asking for a bit of time so we can consider what's been put on the floor, at least a 10-minute pause so we can gather our comments and make sure we're reviewing what the motion actually says and means.
Did you want to comment on that, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I just can confirm that the motion has now been circulated to all members of council, and we can make some hard copies available, and I'm going to ask staff to please put the resolutions back on the screen.
Okay. I mean, the motion has been circulated to everybody, has not?
So I haven't received it. The first I saw it was when it was read it. I'm just asking for a 10-minute pause so we can just review what's been put on the table and make sure we're understanding what this actually means.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute pause. It's 11:56. start again in 1 minute. We'll be starting again in 1 minute. Thank you. Okay, we're going to resume. Councillor Menard, I know you raised that as a point of order, so if you'd still like to speak, just to be clear, people can speak to both motions that are on the table, the replacement motion and the original motion. Councillor Menard.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the extra time to review the motion that was put forward just a few minutes ago, and the extra time to have some discussions. I guess the big question that I have for the city manager at this point is, will this motion, that's the replacement motion, will the city manager keep the existing hybrid workforce provisions that are in place today, given the motion in front of you, or not?
Thank you, Councillor. I look back to the communications that I sent a couple of days ago with respect to clarification. And I think one of the things that's really important is to talk about the fact that the policy is not changing and the collective agreements are not changing. There's wording associated with respect to alternative work arrangements and a hybrid. And so there will be continued flexibility for staff in terms of their work and their workplace. Those discussions will happen on an individualized basis, understanding the role that they have in the organization, the work that they're doing, their personal needs, and the space that we have. And, you know, I can tell you that change, it naturally brings a level of anxiety, right, in the organization. That happened when we were going through COVID. And, you know, you heard talking about the pivot in terms of when we were in COVID and how, you know, we changed the way we worked, whether it was working at a different location or, quite frankly, working hybridly. And I can assure you, you know, we've set aside 4 months to do this transition, and that we will be meeting with individual employees to talk about their circumstance and the requirements as we move through this.
I'm still not clear on what the specific change is then that you are bringing in that's different from today. If everyone is still going to have flexibility, they can still work a hybrid work environment. They can come in 5 days a week if they wish, or if there is flexibility offered because of productivity to be able to work from home occasionally. What is the change that you are making? Because it's not clear from the two different memos, the motion on the floor today. I don't understand the difference between today and January 1st.
So I think it's important to talk about the underlying reason for the change. And we're talking about, you know, moving and advancing the culture in the organization. And I spend a lot of time with employees. I speak to them on a very regular basis. I'm out in the workplaces. I also spend time with members of council, and I spend time with our community partners to understand what's happening in the workplace, how we're delivering that service. And one of the things that I'm consistently hearing in those conversations is wanting those opportunities to be back in the workplace.
Do hybrid workers now have the opportunity to work in the workplace?
They can if they so wish to.
So what is the, I'm just sorry, I need to come back to the change. I apologize. I understand there's a lot to say on this, but what is the change that is different from today to January 1st? Will it now go to the discretion of managers to make that decision, whereas before employees had a right to make that decision? I want to be really clear what the decision is that's changing.
It's about being more present in the workplace, leveraging the space that we have, providing those face-to-face opportunities for staff to be there, looking at what's happening in our organization. Over the past number of years, we've had significant turnover, significant retirements, and we need to build up the strength in our workforce in terms of passing on that corporate memory, building those relationships, having continued collaboration and more collaboration. And so when you look at the use of the workspace, it's having that 5-day coverage.
Okay, so your expectation is that employees are bums in seats, excuse me for lack of a better expression, 5 days a week, unless there is some major accommodation that they require with their manager?
It is on an individualized, personal discussion that an employee is going to have with their supervisor around what the operational requirements are and the individual. So it's going to be different, Councillor, for everybody. But the overriding goal for us in the organization is about improving culture, it's about improving collaboration, and building those relationships across the organization to deliver on council priorities and our day-to-day services.
And I think that's the concern, is that it's not seen as improving culture. It's not seen as improving the day-to-day interactions with employee to employee or with the public. That's the problem. What evidence did you use to make the decision around productivity, around cost, both to the employer and to the employee, around job satisfaction? What evidence did you use to make this choice?
So I talked about the conversations in terms of talking to staff, talking to members of council, and talking to our community partners. That information is part of the decision-making here in terms of hearing from people about wanting to have those more in-person interactions and opportunities to be mentored and coached in the workplace. I think what's important is when you look at research here, it's varied in terms of what supports in office versus what supports hybrid. You're not going to read something that tells you one thing or the other. It's balanced, and it will not lead you to one direction or another. But one of the things that research has told us is, in terms of being a leader in the organization, having that responsibility in terms of mentoring and coaching and supporting your employees, that is best done in person.
And I suppose under the hybrid model, that's available for employees now, as it has been for the last 4 years. And prior to that, and the issue that I'm seeing right now is that this is not balance. Balance is a hybrid-based approach. Returning to the office 5 days a week does not offer that balance that you're talking about. And I disagree. The evidence is very clear that hybrid work is an improvement for everybody, the employer and the employee. It increases productivity. That's studies from Stanford and many other places that are showing this now. The largest study that was completed in 2024 with 1,600 participants showed it very, very clearly, that indicates that hybrid workers can be up to 74% more productive. There's reduced attrition rates from hybrid work. Resignations fell by 33% among workers who shifted from full-time office work to a hybrid schedule. Enhanced job satisfaction. Hybrid work has been shown to boost job satisfaction. Cost savings for both the organization by reducing attrition rates and improving employee retention for the employee themselves. It is clear, the research is clear, that hybrid work is better for employees and employers. So I don't think you've presented any evidence whatsoever to justify your decision to council. And the reason why this is such a concern is it's affecting the livelihoods of both our employees and many residents in Ottawa who currently have hybrid work arrangements and have had that for 4 years now and longer. I will also just say that on another measure that they've talked about, on a third measure, employee turnover, the results were startling. Resignations fell by 33%. And it was especially effective for women, non-managers, and employees with long commutes. They were the least likely to quit their jobs when their treks to the office were cut to 3 days a week instead of the 5 days a week. and their productivity does not go down. So I ask you again, what evidence have you presented? And was there any discussion with councillors or heads of employee associations prior to making this decision?
Thank you, Councillor. You know, I spoke about the consultations that I did do. Those were with employees, they were with members of council, and they were with our community partners. I also reached out to the unions to communicate to them the change that we are making. And I am committed to continuing those discussions with the unions. In fact, I've reached out again. I have meetings booked in the coming weeks with the unions to continue the conversations. So consultation was done. I'm hearing from both employees that, you know, they want increased opportunity in the workplace to have that face-to-face for the reasons that I've talked about. I've heard from members of council, and I have heard from our community partners. And I think very particularly of the Housing Innovation Task Force and the feedback that we had from that community around the ability to have the face-to-face interactions, to be able to move forward those housing development applications, and how important that is in terms of advancing that term of council priority.
I mean, we've had so many housing development applications that are almost always all approved at planning committee this term of council. And at the end of last term of council, I think we're doing a tremendous job, and staff are doing a great job of ushering through as fast as they can on those housing applications. But this decision makes no sense. It really smacks of a political decision made 1 week after Doug Ford encouraged municipalities to make this choice. And I think it's the wrong choice for our employees. And a hybrid work schedule is the best of all worlds. It allows in-person collaboration, allows for flexibility and happier, more productive employees. And I'm really concerned, Mayor, on the last comment, the motion that's put forward, the replacement by Councillor Curry, the response that we're getting from the city manager is not that this is going to be a hybrid workforce any longer. It's that you want people in seats 5 days a week at all times. And that's a concern. I'm not hearing flexibility.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and appreciate the conversation that we're having today. I know we probably all have heard from many people in the public service and over the last few weeks, and I believe, you know, I'm not the only councillor who's experienced some frustrating moments in terms of trying to get timely answers and responses on certain things, and members of the public have talked to all of us as well, and we received an audit this morning on our planning applications and how long that is taking. And I don't think anyone around this table would argue against the advantages of being in person and that they do exist. But I think we can all agree that over the last 5 years or so, we've seen the advantages of the hybrid model as well. And it looks very much to me like those advantages will continue, that the city will continue to offer robust alternative work arrangements to accommodate the unique needs of employees. So I think that's a positive thing. But for me, as the representative of taxpayers, this basically boils down to productivity and whether or not the public is being served efficiently and fairly. That's what matters most to me. So can you tell us how productivity is measured at the city currently? How are managers evaluating the performance and productivity of staff, and how are they evaluating the difference in productivity between in-person and hybrid?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I want to be clear that this is not driven by productivity. This is driven by a change in our organizational culture, and really continuing to mentor and coach staff and providing those opportunities. Each area has their own performance measures and goals in terms of the work that they need to do, you know, and how staff approach that using the tools and resources that they have. And so the work is measured in terms of the work plans that are put in place individually with respect to each of the departments. And really, you know, when you talk about performance measures, it's very individual again in terms of staff, and they're measured regardless of whether they're in the office or whether they're working hybrid.
Okay, so managers have the ability to understand number of hours being worked or logged on to a computer, both in person and when they're working from elsewhere?
Staff have hybrid work agreements today, and obviously they've got deliverables in terms of the work that they need to do, and they're measured based on the deliverables.
Thank you. Another concern I had coming into today, and something that I've heard a lot about, is the number of staff we have and the amount of available workspace that we have here at the city. So our current staffing complement is 17,000 and change. What was our staffing levels in January of 2020, so just before the pandemic?
I don't have that number directly in front of me, but I can certainly get that for you. What I can tell you is COVID happened. Our response changed. And I'm going to say we sent a significant amount of city resources to help our partners in public health to be able to address the community needs in terms of COVID. And during that time, I think the count, and I say but the count in public health went from 500 to about 4,400 people, very directed in terms of providing, whether it's contact tracing, vaccination support, et cetera. Those numbers came down after COVID, so we're back to sort of those normal staffing levels.
The reason I ask is that I've heard a lot from staff about a lack of dedicated workspace for them and their teams. I've heard specifically of a team of 40 who has access to 14 desks, and I'm just kind of struggling with how that's possible. It doesn't seem like our numbers have skyrocketed since COVID, and so I'm wondering if you could, and I want to ensure that, like I said, I fully believe there are advantages to working in person in terms of being able to deliver services and get answers for the public. But I want to ensure that we are benefiting as an organization from that change and not asking people to come into the office to switch desks every day and to, remain on Zoom calls with their team members. So I'd love to hear your comment on how and why we even have a shortage of workspace, and B, on how availability of dedicated workspace will play a role in rolling out the 5-day office policy.
I'll talk historically first and just say there's never been a 1-to-1 ratio with respect to a desk to employee. And just think about the nature of work that we do here and the services that we're delivering on behalf of council to our residents. Not everybody requires a desk to be able to do that. 85% of our staff, as you know, are out working, whether it's on the streets, in the facilities that the city owns, delivering those services every day to our residents. I think largely, when you look at that in-office presence, when you've got a 5-day in-office presence, there are dedicated workspaces for those positions. And I'd like to turn to my colleague, Mr. Huxley, because he can speak to it in terms of the work that happens in legal services, where there is a bit of a mix, but he can speak about how that works.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in legal services, our circumstances at City Hall are such that we have a combination of approaches to deliver our legal services work to the corporation and to council. And so this includes, for example, dedicated workspaces for staff who are in the office 5 days a week. We have circumstances where the type of work has to be separated from our work team. For example, labor relations work by Mr. Patterkirk and his team that you heard up earlier has to be separated from our unionized staff. And so we have developed a system to address those circumstances. Some members of our team have to, in order to deliver the legal services, will spend time across the city at client departments' offices, either in a hoteling space or otherwise. And then certainly we have staff who are delivering legal services through the hybrid arrangements under the alternative work space policy.
Right. Thank you very much for those answers. I look forward to hearing the remainder of the debate, but at this time, I feel that the replacement motion does hit the sweet spot in terms of, ensuring the offices and, the city functions properly for its residents, while also providing flexibility for our many dedicated and great staff here at the City of Ottawa. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. This question is for the city manager. You mentioned reaching out to unions. I was at a rally this morning with members of the union representing city employees, where they said that they were not consulted in advance. So did you inform them of this decision after it was made, or did you consult with them before making this declaration?
There's a communication to the unions prior to the announcement of the decision, and there is a commitment to them in terms of continuing that conversation as we move through this.
Okay, have you done any analysis of how this change might affect the recruitment and retention of women and of people from equity-seeking groups within the city?
Employee retention and attraction is extremely important to the city, and working arrangements is one of those things that's part of that equation. There's a number of other things, obviously, that is part of it. I think the important piece here is the flexibility that we do have, and these are individualized conversations, as I've mentioned, with our workforce to make sure that, looking at the operational role, the responsibilities that you have to carry out your duties, what the needs are of the organization, what the space requirements are, and those personal needs are all part of that conversation. So it really comes down to that one-on-one conversation between an employee and a supervisor to talk about what this looks like and how it can meet everybody's needs.
So is the onus now on every manager and every employer to negotiate their conditions of work individually?
The hybrid arrangements today are individualized. It's individualized conversations. So regardless of the change that's happening, the conversation is the same.
And will this change apply to staff members who work for city councillors?
No, it does not.
Okay, thank you. I can't help but find it hypocritical. I know my staff enjoys having a hybrid arrangement, and there are members of this council that are currently on Zoom from their homes or from offices in their wards. I think we've all benefited from this flexibility. There are members of this council with young children that have been able to attend meetings even though they have sick kids at home. And we benefit from not having to have an individual conversation every time because it's policy. And that kind of policy is what attracts more women into the workplace. It attracts equity-seeking groups. And it also means that people with disabilities don't have to have that accommodation conversation every single time. I recently posted a job that received nearly 200 applications. And while I feel incredibly blessed to have this level of interest, I really think the fact that the job was posted as hybrid played a really big part in that. And to suggest that this has something to do with employee morale, all I could hear about was staff in tears, a high level of stress and frustration and tremendous upset, and people saying that they are now seeking to leave the organization, including some really senior people. And so I think it's incredibly frustrating. I will take you at your word if you say that this had nothing to do with the announcement that was made by Premier Ford. The timing to me is still really suspicious, and I think the optics are not good. Because of what we're saying is this is not really a change, but we're doing this in name. People can still have individual agreements with their managers. Well, that means, one manager might have legitimate operational reasons why they want someone in the office 5 days a week, and somebody else might just prefer it. And it really comes down to a conversation between you and your manager instead of citywide policy. I think that's incredibly frustrating because it means a one-size-fits-all approach could be imposed on you. It's a great unknown, and that creates uncertainty and stress for employees. Between this and the recent motion on the cap on full-time employees, I think choices at the top level at the city are making City of Ottawa a less appealing place to work. And while I normally would not be in favor of something that questioned or undermined the decisions of the city manager, I have a ton of respect for your work. I think this is such a significant change in that the optics and the political associations are bad. I think we have an opportunity to be a flexible and supportive employer and to have that be a top line item. And I really object to this idea that housing development applications are somehow being delayed because of a hybrid work policy. There's no proof of that. If somebody can provide me proof, please do. If anything, we're starving our core services of the funding they need so that we're not appropriately staffed up in certain departments. We know this, right? So I think that it's really kind of a false flag to suggest that hybrid work arrangements have anything to do with staff productivity. And I can say unequivocally, that I have always been able to reach a city staff member when I've needed them. I have never had a problem. It's been instant response. And so I just think that blaming hybrid work for our failure to properly fund city services is passing the buck. I want to see a culture that embraces people at all ages and stages of life, with kids, with disabilities, who might choose to live farther out. If I'm going to benefit from hybrid work, if my staff is going to benefit from hybrid work, then I believe it's hypocritical to not offer that same flexibility to city staff. And while I understand that it is allowed procedurally, I find putting a replacement motion forward that affects, and voting on it first, it's an enormously frustrated move. I know that it's allowed, but it's very frustrating that it's shifted the tenor of the debate, because I think some of us would have liked to be able to vote on the motions in the order that they were presented. So for that reason, I will be voting against the replacement motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for the discussion. I guess I have a motion for the city clerk. Can you confirm, does the Leaper motion remove the delegated authority from the city manager?
Mr. Mayor, my understanding is the Leaper motion would restrict the city manager's exercise of that delegated authority. In other words, would direct the city manager, notwithstanding her ongoing delegated authority for hiring and HR matters.
Okay, so is there any record of a council motion in the last decade pulling this delegated authority from the city manager?
I could find no instance of that, Councillor.
Okay. And I needed to ask that question because I'm a first-term councillor. So I was really struck by the fact that, quite frankly, this is a bit of an anomaly and rather draconian. I know, we were all a little bit astonished when in a previous council meeting, authority for a specific project was suggested to be removed, and there was dismay about that. So I know people have expressed that they don't like the fact that this is political, but I feel that this is extremely, extremely political, to be honest, on all sides, and rather unprecedented. And I worry about stripping authorities away when you look at what's happening in the States. But I guess I will say that I was a little bit concerned about how this rolled out. Like, I first heard about this because a constituent of mine sent me a message that they read on Reddit that this had been announced, and we as councillors didn't know. And, as a long-time public servant, typically when you would announce a major change initiative like this, there would be like a communications rollout, like I imagine town halls, key messages, using your manager network, cascading messages down, communication with the union, as one of my colleagues mentioned. Was any of that considered or undertaken?
Thanks for the opportunity to clarify that, because yes, there was a communications plan. Obviously, there was messaging that was sent out to council. There was messaging that sent out to staff. There were pre-conversations with the unions to advise them. And as I said, those conversations will continue in the future, knowing that I've got a couple of meetings coming up in the next little while with the unions that are affected. Looking forward, Councillor, there's an implementation plan as we move forward to January 2026. That is largely composed of communications, consultations with employees as we move through this change, looking at, what are the things that we need to consider, whether it's health and safety, looking at workplace needs, as I said, communications, talking about that flexibility with staff, which is of utmost importance, and then wrapping supports around it. As I said, change is hard. Employees are at the heart of everything we do. They're delivering the services every day to the residents. And so we want to make sure that they feel supported as we move through this. We've got the employee assistance plan. We have our peer support network that will be there, and managers and supervisors will be there. We have a cascading communications that happen from the senior leadership down to the extended senior leadership team through to the supervisory areas as well. So there's a lot of work and there's a lot of planning that we have to do as we move forward. I hope that answers your question. I'd be happy to take it offline with you as well.
Yeah, like I'm just wondering if it's possible to understand that plan a little bit better before the rollout happens. Like as someone's got a long history of management and public service, like it's really important for me to understand what that plan is, given that this has risen to this level. Like employees need to be supported, and I feel like we're talking more about supporting people's motions than we are about supporting employees, and that really concerns me. Like the one thing I miss about my government job more than anything is actually being a manager, a director of a team, and having that, being able to manage my resources and have that feeling of satisfaction and being able to support employees. And it worries me a lot, and I do struggle a little bit with understanding what the difference is between, because in my view, it's always been a manager that has the discretion to decide. And I know that long before telework was popular, when my mom got cancer and my dad died, that I was able to work at home. And so I don't want to see that go away for employees, and I don't want to see managers lose discretion. And so I guess I'm confused, do managers feel that they don't have the discretion now? Is it because we've been operating in a hybrid that people have been taking advantage of this? Like what, I guess I really need to understand kind of the difference, and I don't fully understand it yet.
So there is flexibility. And when you look at sort of, as we look to the future, it's really that flexibility around having that coverage over the 5 days, right? And having that in-office presence. Again, looking at our culture, supporting our employees in terms of succession planning, coaching and mentoring, and building back that collaboration and building those relationships. And I really appreciate you bringing up, how we want to support our employees. As I said, they're at the heart of everything that we do here at the city. Employees are delivering the services that are important to the residents. We can't do it without them. And so these conversations and the work that we have is really important in terms of landing on what works for the organization and what works for the individual employees. And those managers and supervisors are empowered to have those conversations.
So prior to the rollout, which is January 1st, like every employee will have had a discussion. There'll be a full communications plan, and does that replacement motion cover that off? Like.
Yes, Councillor.
Will we get, there's a reporting back, sorry, I didn't read the full thing, but there's a reporting back that will be reported back before January 1st?
I'm happy to provide a report back prior to and after as well. But I think the reporting back does talk about the next term of council in terms of the success that we've seen from this, but I am happy to report back.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there for now. I am concerned how politicized this discussion has been, though, like from both perspectives. Like, I feel like a better rollout could have achieved a lot more, and we wouldn't be answering emails about employees' personal. I don't think us as elected officials should be answering personal emails about employees' personal circumstances, and that's been a large chunk of my mailbox over the last few weeks. So I want to see employees have that flexibility. If it can be guaranteed to me that that's going to be offered, I'm tended to support something that's not draconian and strips away authority, but I'm still a bit conflicted at this point. But thank you for the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Tierney. Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Wendy, for everything you do for the city. I think we made a great decision in hiring you as the city manager. And with that, we gave you the responsibility to ensure that you overlook staff. There's only one employer in the city, and that is you. It's not me. I'm not going out and hiring my friends, as I don't want any other colleagues to say, you know what? I don't like that guy in the planning department. I want them gone now. You fiercely defend your staff. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment. You can hear me say this again and again. Employees are so important in terms of what we do. You look at the organization and the services that we deliver. We are on the ground every day delivering services, and staff are incredibly important.
And we're not talking about laying people off here, are we? Because I remember, and since we're talking about numbers, when I started in 2010, we had 14,000 employees, we're up to 17,000 now. We're not talking about chopping people like the federal government's talking about. We're simply talking about the fact, from what I interpret here, is saying we're not going to have a carte blanche and say everyone gets to work from home. We're saying we're giving you the authority, which you already have, to be able to say, you know what, if you're doing a good job, maybe you have the opportunity to make that work. But right now, I think we have 37 million reasons why that is not the case. Taxpayers on the hook for $37 million for not achieving housing targets. Do you see this as an opportunity to be able to help us, the taxpayer, ensure that maybe it's certain departments, maybe it's certain areas? Is this going to give you a little bit more authority to be able to determine those kind of things to make sure that we're protected?
I mean, value for taxpayer money is utmost importance to us in terms of us delivering services, and our taxpayers are getting good value for that. You know, you talked about this is not a cost-cutting exercise. This is not about looking at letting go of people. This is not what this is about. This is about setting a foundation in the city in terms of improving our culture and creating that space for succession where we have that leadership and employee face-to-face so they can mentor and coach and grow them, because opportunities are there. We've got retirements in the hundreds from year to year.
Yeah, so I'll just keep it brief because I have a lot of colleagues here. I'm just going to get right to the points of everything. So during the hiring committee, I was part of the team with Councillor Menard and Councillor Kitts and the mayor. And you remember the one thing I always said is, I want you to fiercely defend staff. I thought that was critical from councillors. Have you been doing that on a regular basis? Because certainly as chair, I feel I'm defending our amazing city staff on a constant basis that gets snow plowed by fellow councillors about their work. Do you defend them?
And Councillor, staff are here to provide their best professional advice to council, and we will always bring that forward. And I think it's safe to say any of the leaders around the table here on this side of the table stand behind their staff 100%.
Wonderful, thank you. And so again, there's lots of runway between now and the 1st. It sounds like you're going to use your best decisions. I believe we have you on contract till 2028 sometime. And Mr. Huxley, would that be right?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I believe that's correct. Sorry, I didn't hear the whole question.
Yeah, I use ChatGPT. I'm not smart. Anyway, nonetheless, that being said, I assume we've put a lot of trust in you till that point. We all agreed. That's the one position we hire and fire, everybody. There's nobody else in the city. I can't go out and say, I don't like this person, or I don't like the person that was saying something to me from staff. When do you go fire them? I can't go say, I don't like this person working in this office because there's some weird things going on between two councillors' office fighting with each other on a regular basis or inappropriate actions. Fire them. I can't do that. Wendy makes that determination. So on that, I will be supporting the replacement motion. Thank you for that. And continue the great work you do. Certainly, I'm more concerned about the future, Mr. Mayor. The federal government's going to be coming out with a budget, and we all know they're going to be forced 5 days a week if there's anybody left. We're not talking about firing people. We're actually talking about trying to find a good balance. On top of that, I'm concerned about some of the provincial announcements that have come out recently that talk about getting rid of ASCs and the impact that will have on our employees that could lose their jobs because we won't have to have a whole department. That's scary. That's where my focus is. And I know that's where yours is as well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for this thoughtful discussion today. And there are a lot of great questions around the table. And I appreciate the conversation because I had a fairly visceral action to the announcement around RTO 5 days a week. But like many around the table, like, I have a deep hesitation about infringing upon the decisions that you make, Wendy. I have a lot of respect for you, and so I share that concern. But my main focus throughout this debate and discussions we've had over the last several weeks is whether or not this policy shift is in the best interest of our organization, our employees, and the people that we serve. And a circle that I've been unable to square is with the rationale or frankly, the purpose of the policy, which, as others have pointed out, seem to be more in name than in practice. But before I go any further, I do want to acknowledge the staff here today, and for those listening online, I want to sincerely thank you for all the work that you do every day delivering services to our residents, whether you work remotely, hybrid, in the community, or in the office. I appreciate you. You've all shown immense resiliency through some of the most difficult times in our workplace. I cannot think of a better example that exemplifies the one team and one city approach than the pandemic. Literally overnight and every day, the workplace environment shifted, and yet you continue to pivot and innovate to deliver essential and critical services that were needed most. We learned many lessons during those times, and we fundamentally changed the way we work. We heavily invested in technology and discovered more efficient ways of doing business that also had the added benefit of producing a better work-life balance for individuals and for families. And I know this firsthand because I am you. I was a city employee. I benefited hugely from hybrid work arrangements, and notably changed my standard and quality of life by being able to have that flexibility. And as a city councillor, I immensely benefit from the flexibility that hybrid work affords me and my team to be both fully invested and present in my community and also spend time with my family. I think it's enabled me to be a better city councillor and an employer. And throughout my time around this table, we have had a hybrid working environment. And through that, I've built relationships, both in the community and with staff. I have been mentored, and I've provided mentorship and coaching. And I've had countless opportunities for in-person collaboration. Hybrid work does not prevent these opportunities, not in my office and not in this organization. I have seen city staff thrive and grow into amazing leaders on their teams and in their departments, many who are in this room and around this table. We've had ongoing mentorship programs and training of new leaders that has been progressing every day. So I'm not understanding the motivation behind this shift. And as for corporate culture, I think we've come a long way this term. Council has worked hard to bring about a more collaborative tone, which has not gone unnoticed amongst staff. And just to bring that argument home, we've fostered that collaborative tone in a hybrid environment. But here's where I'm certain is that this return to office policy will undo much of the rebuilding we've done this term, and it will leave a deep scar in the organization. We've heard firsthand from our professional unions representing many of the employees impacted by this policy that we can expect hundreds of grievances. How will that contribute to the success and well-being of the organization? So today I'm going to stand behind our staff, and I'm going to stand behind hybrid work, and I implore you to ask yourselves, was this decision made in the best interest of the organization, our employees, and the people we serve? And I may have a friendly amendment to the Curry motion. I'm just finalizing a few adjustments just to really underscore to our city staff that hybrid work is here to stay, even if it's not in name with this policy. Thank you.
So you do have an amendment, or you don't? You're not?
I'm not finalized with it yet.
Okay.
So I'm just going to finesse a few things, and I will bring it forward if I think that it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. But you've got, and you're intending to speak again, because it's not a committee.
I would just be putting it on the floor. I don't need to have the platform again.
Okay. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the conversation today. My first question is actually going to be to the city clerk. Madam City Clerk, to your recollection, did council vote at the beginning of the COVID pandemic to send city employees home, those that could work from home, or was that something council was informed of back in 2020?
Mr. Mayor, that would have been a management decision. Council did not vote on that matter.
Thank you. So I'm shocked we're talking about it today. We didn't vote to send them home. We shouldn't be voting on whether they can continue to work from home or in the office. I think it has been communicated for the last few weeks that there is still flexibility. It's being reiterated today in the motion put forward by Councillor Hill and Councillor Curry. But my next question to the city manager, Madam City Manager, from your perspective, has this issue been mischaracterized at all over the last few weeks, and has that introduced some challenges in communicating coming up till today?
Appreciate that question. I think the focus on sort of the interpretation of the communication has really been on that 5-day return. And I think back to the first communication that I had sent to council, it did speak very clearly to hybrid work and alternative work arrangements, being available to staff and having that continued flexibility. It was there. It was not being characterized in that manner. And I thought it very important in terms of sending a second communication out, just to be clear that that flexibility still exists.
Thank you very much. And I would agree with that assessment, which isn't something that our colleagues hear often when you and I have exchanges around this table. But I would say that this has become political because a motion was put on the table. I did not run, nor do I want to be the counselor of HR. I manage my office staff, and council collectively manages one employee, that's the city manager. Beyond that, it is up to the city manager to administer the workforce of this corporation. It is not up to us, nor should it be. I am unclear as to how the original motion that was on the table was in good standing. However, I don't think it would pass even if the replacement motion was tabled today. We should not be discussing what a 17,000 plus FTE count for a workforce does. That's not up to us. We pass policy, and it is up to the city manager and her staff to pass and implement. We should not be discussing this here. It is not appropriate. We have domain over the city staff that work in our offices. And beyond that, we work with our professional staff to get the services and programs delivered to our residents. I agree, employees should be the focus when we want to ensure that we have a good corporation that folks want to work for and continue to grow in professionally. But it should not be up to us as to who works from home, who works in the office, or any of the details as to how that would roll out. So, Mr. Mayor, certainly I'll be supporting the replacement motion, as I hope all of council will. Otherwise, I think we have a bigger decision to make should the replacement motion fail. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Dudas.
Can staff provide a definition of what constitute a role-specific requirement for an office work, and who determines that? Will it be up to the individual managers and their staff to decide, or will things be top-down?
Councillor, it's very individualized in terms of what staff are doing and how they're doing that work. So it's not a top-down direction. You think about, it's very easy in the sense of looking at services that are delivered on the road and at our centers. That's very clear. When you're in the office, it's really about looking at what kind of service you're providing to our residents. Do you need to be in a city facility to be able to do that? And then is there other work that can be done perhaps on a hybrid or in a flexible way? And so I think what's important is there is flexibility with respect to what we are going to be doing and what's being proposed in the Curry motion. I hope that's clear.
And that's what I'm seeking clarity on, because I'm hearing your response right now. I have more questions. But what I'm hearing as part of the conversation is there isn't flexibility. And that is very important to myself, to city employees, to my residents. So what mechanisms are or will be in place to ensure that managers retain that discretion to approve hybrid arrangements rather than being pressured to enforce blanket in-office expectations?
There is flexibility. So I just want to say that right off the top, there's flexibility, and really just the conversation in terms of the particular role and how they deliver that work, whether it's in office or that work can be done at home in a hybrid manner, or quite frankly, it could be done at another city location. So that the flexibility is going to be between the supervisor and the staff in terms of the work that needs to be done and how best to do that. And really, also in terms of value for taxpayer money.
Okay, so I know I'm asking the same question. I'm going to ask it one more time because I think I'm seeking absolute clarity. In January, if a city employee walks into their manager's office and says, I'd like to continue with a hybrid work model, and unless their specific operational requirement is tied to their role, can that request be reasonably accommodated?
Absolutely, Councillor. All requests will be reasonably accommodated.
Okay. I would have a question for the city solicitor. Could you please speak to what precedent might be set if council were to restrict or to override delegated authority in this case, particularly as it relates to operational decisions like return to office?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with respect to the original motion, I've looked at that, and it's my view that there's no singular statutory provision that would categorically preclude council from considering that motion. That said, when the legislative framework is looked at as a whole, it does reflect a clear intent to distinguish council's policy-making role from the administrative responsibilities of the city manager, which then disseminates into the corporation to directors, managers, etc. And you've heard from the city clerk, given the historical context of this municipality, such a motion would be, or has been considered, or would be considered as atypical. So I would advise caution there. So the question then is, if that, and the city manager does have statutory roles and delegated functions from this council, and I'm happy to take council through that, but if a motion were to remove some of those powers or duties to the city manager, the question is to the individual manager who's going to have those conversations with their staff, whether or not they are now able to, meet, whether it's 5 days, 4 days, 3 days. That's the flexibility that's being built in through the current alternative work arrangements policy and the collective agreements, frankly. And so that's where, if there's a lifting or insertion into a municipal corporation, that's where there could be some lack of clarity to individual managers as to what the direction is. Currently, right now, it is pursuant to the alternative work arrangement policy consistent with the collective agreement and those individualized conversations.
And follow up to that, would this set, if council were to remove this piece of delegated authority from the city manager, is it your belief that this would set precedent for future HR-related requests or initiatives?
Mr. Mayor, I would return to the clerk's response to that I understand her office has reviewed that and hasn't seen a similar such a motion. I leave that as council's decision to make. With those cautions that I've indicated about the separation of the administration from the policy role that this council has in leading and directing this corporation.
Okay, my concern is we run the risk of becoming the city manager. We become a de facto city manager. Colleagues, I want to be very clear. I'm not here to debate carefully selected data sets or productivity metrics. I think our city employees are incredibly productive, and I have been a strong and vocal advocate and will continue to be for working from home and what that does, not only for our employees, but also for our local economies. But I'm also very careful in that we are not putting forward performative motions that set the stage for employees to have raised expectations that come January, City Council has now become management, and we will make decisions to change how they work within our operations. My concern is truly about the lived reality of our city employees. My belief is that return to office mandates, they're rigid, they're outdated, and they ignore the lessons we've learned over the past several years. We know that hybrid work can be effective. We know it can support productivity, improve work-life balance, and help retain talented staff. And we know that forcing a one-size-fits-all model does not reflect the diversity of roles, needs, and realities across our organization. But as I said, I want to be very cautious about setting precedents that wade into delegated authorities. And that's exactly what Councillor Curry's motion sought to do. And while I understand the intent, we need to be mindful of the boundaries between council and operational leadership. At the same time, we can't ignore the fact that the policy change is set to take effect on January 1st, and the lack of clarity leaves employees uncertain about what their working conditions are going to look like in just a few months. This isn't about rejecting in-person work. It's about rejecting inflexible top-down mandates that do not reflect the diversity of roles, responsibilities, and realities across our workforce. I have the utmost faith in our city employees. I used to be one. I do strongly believe that they are being incredibly productive in our communities, but I am absolutely reluctant to remove any delegated authority from our city manager. That is not our role as council. And I think it sets, unprecedented expectations of future decisions of us being HR and management. So I will be supporting Councillor Curry's motion. But I do look forward to seeing what kind of conversations happen and if another amendment comes forward that makes it more in line with where my stance is today.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas, and perhaps I'll just ask Councillor Bradley to share what she is proposing as a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for giving me that extra bit of time to get it together. So the amendment I hope would be considered friendly is therefore be it resolved that Ottawa City Council also requests that the city manager encourage senior leadership and managers to maintain wherever possible and within the new policy framework the current hybrid working arrangements of employees as they stand today.
But Mr. Mayor, can we just ask the city manager if she thinks that that is a fair, friendly amendment as well? I think it is, but I'd like to hear from the city manager.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I don't have an issue. The only thing I might recommend as a friendly amendment to your friendly amendment is just to remove the new in the sense that we don't have a new policy here. We are leveraging our existing policy as reflected in our collective agreement. So if that's acceptable, I'm very supportive of this.
With it, yeah.
I mean, that's acceptable. It's odd to have the bureaucrat amend an emotion, but I want to make sure that it makes sense. So sure, you can strike the word new.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bradley. I think that's helpful in reinforcing with clarity the flexibility that will continue to exist. So I appreciate you bringing that forward. Councillor Luloff.
Thanks, Mayor. We're in 2025. It's pretty obvious here, not the 1950s. A rigid one-size-fits-all approach to work doesn't make sense for our city, our employees, or for the people that we serve. I've always tried to lead by example. My staff are not tied to desks at City Hall. They're out in the community, engaging with residents, listening to concerns, solving problems where they happen. That's our reality, and that's how we best serve our constituents. Now, I also recognize that this is not the reality for everyone. We see the consequences of delays in development approvals and other critical files. Some roles require more collaboration, some less. That's exactly the point. A blanket policy doesn't reflect the diversity of work within this organization. I'll make this a little personal. Today, I'm working from home because I have an eye infection. It would be irresponsible of me to expose my colleagues and staff to the possibility of that infection. But even on a good day, I face the same challenges that many parents and our employees face. I can't possibly drop my children off at school and still make it to a 9:30 a.m. meeting at City Hall. Given OSTA's rigid transportation policies, I know that I'm not alone. Thousands of families in Ottawa face the same impossible math every single day, and that's just the morning. That's why we need to be making reasonable accommodations. Forcing employees into the office just to sit on Teams meetings where I can't hear them when I'm trying to talk to them makes no sense. And when they are required in person, there must actually be space for them to work productively. Too often, employees are being told to show up only to find that they are shuffled from desk to desks or sitting, in meeting rooms that is not professional or an effective environment. This conversation is not just about convenience, it's about productivity, cost, and sustainability. We've talked before about the enormous time wasted in traffic. Time that could be spent unnecessary commute adds wear and tear to our already strained infrastructure, increases congestion, and contributes to greenhouse gas emissions. If we can deliver the same or better outcomes without adding to those burdens, then it's not just common sense, it's responsible governance. And at the same time, I cannot support council removing delegated authority from the city manager on this issue. It is clearly under her purview. To pull it back would signal a lack of confidence, make our bureaucracy even more risk-averse than it already is, and lead to unintended and negative consequences. It is our job to set direction and hold administration accountable, not to micromanage decisions that belong at the management level. What I do want to see, and I believe what we should be asking for, is balance. I think this motion achieves that. I want to ensure that our city manager is making the necessary accommodations for staff who require them. And I want to ensure that no one's being dragged into the office to sit on a video call. And I want to ensure that those whose jobs do not require constant in-person collaboration or direct supervision are empowered to do their work where they feel most comfortable, most effective, and most productive. Because in the end, this should not be about politics. It should be about our people. And it's about recognizing the real pressures that families face. It's about making sure the City of Ottawa is not contributing to congestion, to wasted time, to unnecessary emissions, and about modernizing the way that we think about work so that the city remains competitive. So I'll close with these direct questions to the city manager. Can you confirm one more time with feeling for council and for the public that this is not a blanket return to office policy, that accommodations will continue to be made, that employees and roles that do not demand constant collaboration or in-person supervision will be trusted to continue their work effectively from home or in the community? And finally, please, this hasn't been discussed yet today, what mechanism will exist for those who want to appeal their manager's decision if they feel that it is unfair or inconsistent? Because that's the balance we have to strike. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I can confirm the messages that you've conveyed, so thank you for that. And, you know, should there be a disagreement, there's a natural elevation of that conversation through the leadership. So there is an appeal mechanism available.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to also support our city manager in overall in terms of what she does every day. And she gives us the time to meet with her. But I honestly was confused about the direction on August 25th because I couldn't figure out what was trying to be fixed and what was broken. It didn't appear to me that we had something that was broken. And from what I understand, from what the recent comment is that nothing had changed, that we were actually just reiterating what we already have. Is that what I'm supposed to understand? That we always had, it was always 5 day a week and we were just kind of doing things on the side? Is that what was happening?
Councillor, we were not doing things on the side with respect to hybrid work in the workplace. We do have an alternative work arrangement policy. That is, as I said, a discussion between the supervisor and the employee. I think the big difference here is when we go back to how the workforce transitioned during COVID, there were tremendous relationships that really carried us through that transition and allowed us to be able to deliver everything that we needed to deliver. The council directed us to deliver in terms of what the province put in front of us and delivering on supporting our partners in Ottawa Public Health. You fast forward to today, our workforce has changed tremendously in terms of its makeup. You look at the succession that's happened in the organization, the number of retirements, the number of people coming and going in the organization, and those relationships are not the same nor as robust as they used to be. So when I talk about improving organizational culture, and you ask what's different today, is really about bringing back and improving our organizational culture and improving the relationships in the organization to be able to deliver on our council priorities. I always say, I think the leadership team has heard me say this, and staff have heard me say this on a very regular basis. that work gets done on the basis of who you know in the organization. And I am gonna date myself. You know, you pick up the phone and call somebody because you knew that person, you had that pre-existing relationship. I know people don't use phones very much anymore. You typically use Teams, but you know, work got done on that basis. And so it's really about rebuilding that today.
Thank you for that explanation, but I don't see how 5 days of work, 5 days a week is necessary when hybrid implies that you're sometimes in the office and sometimes you're working from home. In fact, all us councillors are managers, and we understand the need for flexibility. We don't have 9-to-5 jobs, and our staff don't either. And I know that there was a look of horror when they read the memo in terms of staff looking at it, worried because things were working. And it seemed like we were going to, you know, tried to fix something that wasn't broken at all. In fact, it was working quite well. And it was hybrid. It meant that we had opportunities to come together in the office, and we had opportunities to work and frankly, be very productive from home offices, including myself. And so I don't want to be hypocritical about it. My concern is that employees could have supervisors that refuse to accommodate flexible working conditions. We've, you know, that's been an issue, and it sounds like they'll have to be pleased to, you know, like pleading to get accommodation if it's not agreed upon. That remains a concern. I think most of us have been pretty accommodating in our own worlds, but the bigger picture. So that left me concerned. The term political interference, I don't think was appropriate. I think that the influence is, if I want to call it that, of political direction came from the province, and that concerns me. I think we had something that worked well. I think hybrid is the way to go. It doesn't imply that people are out of touch. It's not like the beginning of COVID. That is a totally different situation where we were all away from each other. I think we were all glad when we could walk back into here and see each other in person. There's no doubt about that. But it didn't require 5 days a week, and we were very productive. So I have to support the Leaper motion, and I will not be supporting the Councillor Curry's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. My first question's a bit of more of a curiosity question. You know, in a bureaucracy of 17 to 18,000 employees, there's about 85% who have to report on site anyway because their jobs require it. So they're maintenance workers, snowplow, bus drivers, etc. Within the remaining 15%, you had stated that there was a percentage in that 15% that almost voluntarily come in 3, 4, 5 days a week. What's that percentage within that 15?
So approximately 8% come to work 5 days a week. So that's around 93% of staff that are either in office or on the work site every day. The remaining 7% have hybrid work arrangements, and that is anywhere from 2 to 4 days a week.
Okay, and the way that I interpreted, when the initial memo first came out, it was, as several other councillors have mentioned, it was incredibly unclear, open to interpretation, ambiguous, whatever words you want to use, and you know that did set off a good amount of panic, certainly from the residents that I have who are city employees. There was also other people who reached out, but certainly the residents that I have who are city employees, and I think. The clarification that you provided 2 days ago, I want to say, was incredibly helpful. So thank you for that, first of all. And I think I want to offer some clarification and maybe a confirmation that this is basically the difference between opting into 5 days versus opting out of 5 days, and that we're just sort of setting the baseline of whether or not our employees through their managers will opt in or opt out of the 5 days. Is that the main difference here?
Councillor, I think that's a really good way to put it. You know, we're just changing the stands in terms of previously it was you kind of started with 2 days a week, Now we're going to start the conversation with respect to 5. We're not necessarily going to land on 5 days a week, but you're going to start the conversation there based on all those other things that I've talked about with respect to is important to the role, responsibility, space, and personal needs.
Thank you. And then I believe this question may have been asked, but in a different way. So I kind of want to seek some clarity. The decision on accommodating the flexible working requests from our employees, is that, that's obviously you delegated down to your senior leadership, and then does it go further down from there, like right down to the program manager, I guess?
The flexibility goes right down to the supervisor level in terms of who do you report to and having that discussion in terms of what the needs are.
Okay. So thank you for the clarification. I'm in, a weird position where I have a lot of residents who have benefited from hybrid work. My community has benefited from hybrid work. But the baseline the information that's been shared and the clarification that's been provided sort of indicate a baseline of that flexibility still being there. And then it's just now the difference between opting into the 5 days and opting out. And if that, I said this word 3 times now, but if that baseline of flexibility is still there, I'm generally okay with it. I'm in the weird position as well, where if the replacement motion fails, I probably also support the other motion because it does offer that flexibility to our employees. So that's, I had more, but that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Devine. Thank you, Chair. I'm certainly quite torn on this issue and also on the manner in which we've been asked to vote on this issue, both on the issue of productivity in the workplace, but also on the relationship between, I am deeply sympathetic to the concerns raised by our employees through the Leeper-Bradley motion. I would never agree that any blanket return to office order is in the best interests of our employees or the city. It would have far-reaching implications for those affected. It would have implications for the city's ability to recruit and retain talent. It would not speak to the importance of finding new and creative ways to make life more livable and affordable for people. But at the same time, I am concerned about any motion that attempts to bypass delegated authority of our city manager, authority that is enshrined in provincial legislation. We should not treat it lightly when we tamper with those long-standing institutional arrangements. It wasn't even clear to me, even after various attempts to get clarity from staff, that the Leeper-Bradley motion was, for lack of a better term, legal, given that it preempts an authority granted to the city manager by the Municipal Act rather than delegation of council. All of that aside, I do have questions for the city manager. You've mentioned that the primary objective behind your proposed change was to address organizational culture and not necessarily productivity, and that you engaged in consultations and discussions to address those issues of organizational culture. And so I'm looking to understand how we got to this place, because the rationale that underpins your decision and the process that led to that helps me in determining my position on that policy. And so how long before you announced the policy change did that process of consultation begin?
We've been talking about this from a senior leadership perspective. I want to say for probably about maybe a little less than a year in terms of, what does a presence look like? What do we need to do to advance the organization, to provide good succession in the organization? And so those conversations happened fairly continuously. And as you know, I meet with all of you on a fairly regular basis to check in. I'm out at staff sites on a very regular basis. And these conversations have happened, since I've stepped into this position. As well as conversations with our community partners. So, going, I'm going to say far back more than a year in terms of having these discussions. And as I have said, some of the things that I've heard very consistently from everybody that I have spoken with is really having, that opportunity to have more face-to-face within the workplace, hearing that we need to be responsive to council in terms of service being extremely important in terms of what we do. And we're a service organization. And the same goes with our community partners as well. So I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you. So you've mentioned several times, that you've been having conversations either with community stakeholders or with the senior leadership, and I appreciate that. I guess what I'm looking to understand on a more granular level is what formal processes took place as part of that consultation. For example, were there any surveys that were conducted with employees before finalizing that decision that might, for example, establish a reliable understanding on what staff's current concerns with organizational culture was?
We did do a survey a number of years ago in terms of checking in with staff. So, and culture is obviously one of those underwriting issues in terms of improving culture in the organization. So that's one of the bases in terms of the feedback that we've heard. So survey is part of it. As I said, conversations in terms of getting feedback from employees as well, individually and while at work sites.
So as a member of council, I have been notified of and shown processes of any number of staff-led consultations, whether those were consultations that were public or for just inside the corporation. As far as I can tell, I had no notice of the consultation you're describing, consultation that speaks to large organizational shift within the corporation. If, as a council member, if I had been brought into any number of staff-led consultation processes, why was council not notified in advance of this process, in advance of this investigation, either about a potential significant change to organizational culture or even embarking on the investigation that led to that?
Well, I certainly apologize, Councillor, in terms of lack of involvement. I mean, typically when we're doing a pulse check or a survey of staff, that sits on the administrative side in terms of the work that we do. We don't typically advise council when we're doing staff surveys, but it's something that we endeavor to understand where the pulse of the organization is at, to identify, how are we doing and what do we need to work on?
Thank you. Now, you had mentioned that concern over productivity was not the overriding objective in bringing about this change, but I still do think it's important to consider whether this change might affect productivity. Getting productivity out of staff is certainly of paramount importance to my residents. And so prior to making the decision, aside from checking with staff on their positions on organizational culture, what work was done to establish whether productivity is currently at high levels and whether there might be a shift in productivity, either higher or lower, resulting from this new workplace policy?
Councillor, I'm going to be clear. This is not about productivity here at the City of Ottawa. So there was no pre and post work that was done or will be done. We manage the work that we need to do based on the work plans that we have, the service standards that we have, and we basically measure and report on those. So I just want to be clear, this is not about productivity. I'm going to set that aside for a minute, and I don't mean to confuse issues, but I recognize that there are instances where staff can be more productive in a hybrid environment, whether, it's working from home or working in perhaps a very quiet place on the basis of what they need to do and what they need to deliver. If it's heads down and they're writing a report or, there's focus, then that's important in terms of productivity. And those considerations are being taken into place today in terms of the hybrid approach that we have, and they will be taken into consideration as we move forward post implementation in January.
Thank you. I guess just to follow up on that, because I can understand from questions from other colleagues where they're trying to seek what fundamentally will change as a result of this. And even in the conversations today, it seems like there are a lot of accommodations built in to the new return to office mandate. And while I completely respect your position in that productivity is not the paramount issue here, I still, as a steward for the taxpayer, I still want to ensure that productivity is upheld. Now, I think you had said just a second ago that there will not be any post-implementation evaluation on the issue of productivity. But I can't imagine that a change such as this will not seek to have some form of evaluation to measure the success or not of such a change. And so are you saying that whether it's evaluating decreases in productivity levels or not being able to meet service standards or loss of employees or quantifiable differences in employee morale, that there will be no evaluation of that?
I'm not saying that, no. What I'm saying is, the productivity is not driving this. So we measure everything we do. We'll continue to do that to make sure that we are delivering the best value for money for the taxpayers and for council.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of interesting points raised today. I think it's well known that I have a real concern about what will happen to the transportation network throughout the city, particularly in South Orleans, if there is a broad adaptation of 5-day-a-week in office by major employers. And that fear, what I've characterized maybe dramatically as a collapse of the transportation network, has been driving how I feel about this policy and the discussion today. I had hoped that today would bring clarity, but I find myself getting more confused as the meeting goes on. So, Wendy, you're going to have to walk me through this a little bit. If the Bradley Amendment is adopted to encourage managers to maintain hybrid working arrangements wherever possible, and I am an employee of the city that is not part of the 85% that report on the front line, what is next for me on January 1st? Am I in the office, or am I to understand things are continuing the way they are?
So it really comes down to that individual conversation. You look at those remaining 15% of employees. Today, 8% choose to come to the office 5 days a week. It's fine. 7% have a hybrid opportunity. We're going to continue to have those discussions, Councillor, and with that amendment, it's just showing the flexibility of us as an employer to be able to offer that. And, I think, how Councillor Lowe described it in terms of, we're flipping kind of like from a 2-day to a 5-day discussion. We want to start the discussion with 5 days and just understand, what does it mean operationally? What does that particular employee need in terms of their own personal needs? So whether it's childcare, other things, making sure that we're respecting that in terms of what that individual and their supervisor lands on.
Okay, so I guess the official instruction to employees following this meeting will be reach out to your manager.
So we have an implementation plan that we're going to be working with. I'm going to be sending a communication out to staff, and then each department is developing their own plans that work for the departmental areas. And ultimately, to your point, there will be a discussion between the supervisor and the employee at the end of the day. So they can conclude conversations in terms of what that workplace arrangement looks like.
Okay, so the communication is going to be proactive. You will be sending out information.
Exactly. And there will be a series of communications on this and toolkits and resources as well.
Because I do think people are confused. So I think clarity, not just in this room, but to the broader workforce is needed. And I don't blame employees for being confused with all of this back and forth. So, I think that needs to be rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councillor Kitts. I think you've articulated something that I agree with as well, because I came here ready to debate a mandatory return office mandate 5 days a week. And now it's evolved through the conversation that we're having today. What I get out of it is, if you're working in a hybrid work model now, you'll continue to be able to work in a hybrid working model now. Because if you're working in a hybrid model now, you're meeting the operational requirements of your unit or your division, because if you weren't, you'd have to work here more than whatever hybrid model you have arranged with your manager. So why are we here? Why are we discussing this? If we'll be able to maintain the existing hybrid model for our approximately 2,600 employees, even fewer than that, the city manager's confirmed that will be upheld. Okay, we're done. That's the answer here. So I have a question procedurally about the vote, because I think I heard that if the Curry motion passes, we will not be voting on the Leaper motion. Did I hear that correctly?
Mark? Sorry, I missed that.
Sorry, Mayor. I was just either for you or the city clerk. I just seek clarification that if Councillor Curry's motion passes, we will not vote on Councillor Leaper's motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I'm looking at the clauses in Councillor Curry's motion, and I'd like to know which clause in the motion yields that decision.
Well, well, Madam Clerk, do you want to speak to that? I mean, to me, that it is a replacement motion because it is reinforcing the authority of the city manager to make the decision, which the other motion does not.
Well, let me explain my thoughts. The first clause asks council to confirm that we've received the city manager's memo. Check. The second clause says we're not going to tell other employers in the city how to do their business. Okay? Check. Those don't conflict with Councillor Leaper's motion. We've said we've received the memo. We're not telling others how to structure their own employment arrangements. The third says we reiterate our support that the city or the city manager has delegated authority. The Curry motion doesn't say we affirm the mandate to go back to 5 days a week. We're not endorsing it. We're not approving it. Those words are deliberately left out of the motion. It just says we got your memo. We're not telling any other employers what to do. And you're the boss of all the employees. And we are, in writing, reiterating our support for you as the city manager. But how does this conflict?
Because therefore, if we are affirming that the city manager has the authority to do this, then we cannot direct the city manager to do otherwise.
Doesn't say that. Doesn't say that.
Well, I mean, that could be added in if it's necessary, but I think they are, and I think Councillor Leaper agrees with this, that they are mutually exclusive because one is affirming the city manager's right to make this decision and affirming that we support the city manager's right to make that decision. The other is removing the city manager's right to make that decision. So they are mutually exclusive. That's my ruling.
I appreciate your interpretation. I'm just saying this motion could have been way more clear about what we're supporting and what we're not supporting, because I can actually support all three of those clauses. They're warm and fuzzy statements. They're accurate. They're factual, but they don't speak to the motion that Councillor Leaper has on the floor, and that's why I raise it. My next question for you, Mr. Huxley, is, you know, I can't believe that we would be in a situation over many years where a city manager serving a municipality would never make a decision that a city council disagreed with. That over time, there will come a time where a decision that they have delegated authority to make may be incongruent with the wishes of a council. And so when those times come up, and it's a hypothetical question, what's the recourse? How would a city council address those? Obviously, we have a matter before us now, but I think it's unlikely for us to assume there will never be a day where a city manager makes a decision that city council didn't disagree with. So how do you address that? What is the recourse for those types of situations?
Could I just say, maybe you can add to this, but nobody has ruled Councillor Leaper's motion out of order. The city council has the authority to
withdraw delegated authority from the city manager at any time on any issue. Nobody is saying that that authority does not exist for council. I think what was asked before was, has this ever been done before for an HR matter? And the opinion that was expressed by a councillor was that that would set a dangerous precedent. But nobody is questioning whether council has the authority to remove delegated authority from the city manager. We have the authority to do that.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with that. And just to be clear, my comments were about the context of this city. I didn't survey, and I don't believe the clerk in her answer had surveyed other municipalities across Canada or across Ontario. We were just focusing on the context of the city of Ottawa. And ultimately, to the city council oversees the city manager's office, appoints that particular office, has confirmed that in a couple of bylaws. And so those accountabilities continue, subject obviously to the prior comments I made.
I guess the point of my intervention at this point is procedurally, my colleague has the right to move the motion he does. This is the forum to do it. And while we recognize in this particular case, delegated authority was granted, it's also in order for us to have a debate and discussion about whether or not we want that decision reversed or not. So whether it's been done in the past or not is irrelevant. The present situation is a decision was made that at least one member of council wants revisited. So obviously it's in order to have that discussion.
Nobody ever said it wasn't in order.
Half the discussion today, Mayor, is just on that.
No, but I think members of council are entitled to express their opinions on whether we should remove delegated authority. Nobody is saying we can't. No, I didn't hear a single member of council today say we cannot remove delegated authority. They're expressing an opinion that we should not in this case.
People have said that we should not be interfering with HR matters, that we should not be going down this road.
Should.
That it's exclusively
again, the keyword there is should, not can't.
With the city manager. So we've debated this for 2 hours, and we've had the city manager basically change her mandate from a hard mandatory 5 days a week to now very open when operational requirements are met to the hybrid model, which is what we have now. The first question that was asked is, what's the net difference that's going to happen because of this? And today we're hearing there is not going to be any net difference. We've been talking about this for 2 hours. That's all I have to say.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yes, we haven't talked. It's great to be the person that talks after someone's like, we've talked for 2 hours. So we're going to talk but for 2 hours plus maybe another 3 minutes. I just wanted to understand, please, Madam City Manager, when we spoke about this in our one-on-one, we were discussing exactly those pieces that you had brought forward, that, some of these decisions were made because there were folks in the city of Ottawa who had not yet met members of their team in person. And that was concerning, or that there was some accountability that was challenging when you were doing these sort of conversations and surveys within the city service. Is that accurate?
You look at the overriding feedback that I've had, it's really about creating those in-person opportunities across the organization. And, I can tell you, and I'll reiterate this again today, there are instances that I shared with you sometimes when I'm out and about where I have heard from somebody who says they haven't met their colleague, in 5 years or in 2 years since I started with the city. And you hear me talking about relationships, and I think relationships are really important in terms of who we know and how we do our work. And when you have that relationship, I think it just makes everything a lot easier.
Thank you for that. So I wonder, with these circumstances, was it ever an option for yourself and your senior leadership team to establish certain new expectations within management about meeting once a week or having quarterly meetings or, other best practices of working in a hybrid environment?
I think that's all part and parcel in terms of what we're trying to achieve here. I'm not saying that those things aren't happening. Some of those things are happening across the organization, maybe not as consistently as they could be. But again, responding to the feedback that I've heard from our partners, from employees, from other members in terms of creating that opportunity to do that. And that's what we're doing.
Thank you for the answer. I mean, I think what I'm finding challenging about the motions that have been put in front of us is that there's a bit of a false dichotomy or an equivalency between, you know, whether or not we support the city manager and your expertise and whether or not we believe that a return to office policy could be harmful, or that the message delivered in the way that it was indeed harmful. And I think I have to reject the equivalency. I think there's many circumstances in which I would not want to walk a mile in your shoes, Madam City Manager, and I would very much want you to be the one to make these decisions. I think the challenge is that with the respect of this particular decision at this particular time, the implications for our broader city systems are quite substantial. You know, what's been made clear to me through being stopped on my kid's school ground, through email, and even as recently as on the doors last week, is that city employees are, you know, have a very strong work ethic and they're deeply committed to public service, and they believe they are able to deliver on that regardless of where they put their body. And I think it's unfortunate that the relationship with our city's workforce has been damaged by the way that we delivered this communication. And I think it is an opportunity for City Council to reiterate the values that are in our official plan and that are frankly in the future of work. You know, looking at hybrid work can be seen as an opportunity. We can stimulate economic activity and productivity in other parts of our city. And with my, you know, particular area, I have actually one of the other locations for the city's workforce, and we're actually talking about developing a lot of its surface to put housing instead of parking. And these are really, pragmatic decisions, both economically, and they're really future forward decisions. And so I think the challenge that we've been all put in is that we have these two visions that are not being positioned as anything but mutually exclusive. You know, I was talking only yesterday with the executive director for the Bells Corners BIA, and she was letting me know how she's got ideas for how to modify the city's economic development grants so they can be more relevant for suburbs when we don't have main streets. And that's the kind of innovation we should be looking for, is how to interrogate further our city services so that we can actually diversify further our workforce across this big city. I think one of the ways that we respond to the rural-urban divide is by, you know, embracing some of these progressive technologies and figuring out a way to do it. And if there are problem actors or problem teams, we target them and we lean into that and we give extra mentorship and coaching, absolutely. But unfortunately, I think we've done something damaging today. I think increased flexibility and deeper local neighborhood identities and the quintessential live, work, play vision of our city is where we could go. And there's no reason why we can't drill down on those troubled spots. And so, you know, it's not comfortable for me to vote against a motion that basically says that I believe in you know, the city manager's delegated authority. I don't find that equivalent to voting for or against a 5-day work week. I sort of reject that, but here we are. But given the implications for the lived experience of my residents and the impact that this will make on our transit system, on our childcare system, on our roads, on our climate, on our neighborhood businesses, I will vote to support the Leaper motion, and I won't support for the replacement motion, because I think things are hard enough out there right now for everybody, and the city's job is to make things just a little bit easier for everybody, and this won't do it. So return to office is a step backwards for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leaper, did you want to wrap up on your motion? And then Councillor Curry, if you want to wrap up on yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I will keep it relatively brief. We've had a good discussion this morning, but I wanted to reiterate a couple of the points that I've heard from my colleagues that I really love. Councillor Dudas, you wrote an excellent column in your local newspaper. You reiterated it today with respect to the kind of vibrant local economies that are emerging as a result of work from home. I believe that those local economies are central to the kind of city that we have said we're going to try to build through the official plan. Councillor Luloff, great to hear from you with respect to the transportation challenges that people have when our transit and our road networks are as challenged as they are. Going back to a 1950s vision of travel patterns in cities is the wrong way to go. Councillor Menard made some fantastic points with respect to the fact that hybrid teams are better teams. Hybrid teams are more connected teams. And Councillor Troster spoke really eloquently to the damage that this will do to this city's ability to attract and retain talent. What I heard from Councillor Devine that I'm finding very frustrating today is the statement that many of you believe that, and I'll try to quote as closely as I can, Councillor Devine, it's not in the best interest of the city and our workforce. The order that has been issued by the city manager is that the City of Ottawa will return to 5 days in the office as the new standard for all city employees, effective January 1st. And what I've heard from so many of you around the table is that is not in the best interest of the city and its workforce. There is one body to which residents turn to protect our workforce and the city. It's not the city manager. The city manager is our employee. They turn to us. If you believe that a 5-day-a-week return to the office is not in the best interest of the city, and it's not in the best interest of our workforce, knowing that you have the ability to direct the city manager differently, and I don't think there is any question, exercise that ability. Vote appropriately. That's our job. And I hope today that you will have the courage to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, so thank you. I just, a lot has been said today, and I would agree that this was a great opportunity to get clarity. And I think one of those clarifications comes when you look around this table and see no one here at this table, all the way around the table, has said, we think 5 days in office is the way to go for all employees. No one said that because no one believes that. What everyone believes is that the city manager can determine how people are going to work best and what is best for all employees. That's what we actually discussed here today. And if you had to do a bingo card for how many times flexibility was said, it was said many, many, many times, including by the city manager. So what is actually happening here with this motion is that we are clarifying that yes, it is possible for some employees to come back and work 5 days in office, but not all, and that there will be accommodations, flexibility, case-by-case analysis. All managers will be told that that is the case, and it won't start for a while, so there will be a long communications plan and explanation for employees and opportunities for employees to speak to their managers. That's what's actually happening with this, and first and foremost, that and all of that lies within the city manager's role and responsibility and jurisdiction. And just to be clear about what our city solicitor said, we absolutely could vote to take that delegated authority away from our city manager. But the question is, and then what? To quote Warren Buffett, if you don't answer that question before you do things, then you could potentially make big mistakes. And then what? If we take away that delegated authority, what does that actually mean? And that's what our city solicitor is asking us to contemplate here before we vote. So I appreciate the conversation, and I think that what's happened, and thanks to Councillor Bradley, we have a friendly amendment that adds that flexibility even more specifically into this motion. I think this should be a unanimous vote for this particular motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. I'll just say a few things and just ask a couple of quick questions just for the sake of clarity. First of all, there's kind of a supposition that's been made, or even an accusation, that this has been done at the request of the province of Ontario. So I'll ask you directly, Wendy, did Doug Ford or Doug Ford's chief of staff or any official with the province of Ontario ever request of you that you change anything about our workplace policies?
No, Mayor.
did I ever come to you and say, Doug Ford called me or his chief of staff called me or another provincial official called me and we need to change our workplace policies because of that?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think one thing is clear. Look, we all care about our employees. We all care about the employees of the City of Ottawa. So let's reinforce that narrative. I'm glad to see so many people speaking passionately about the great work that our employees do. I take every opportunity I get to go out to work sites and thank our employees. Let's also remind ourselves that, as the city manager told us today, 93% of our employees currently work 5 days a week on site. 85% of them did so throughout the pandemic. Another 8% have been doing so even though they're eligible for hybrid work. So we're talking about a change that would happen with regard to the standard for 7% of our employees, which is perhaps 1,000 employees, give or take. My understanding, and Wendy, you can confirm this perhaps, my understanding is that what's happening here is a simple shift. We are not ordering those employees, those 7%, back to the office 5 days a week starting January 1st. We are saying that the standard will change, where currently it's 2 days a week, to the standard being 5 days a week. But like before, individual employees will be able to work with their managers to make alternate arrangements, and that flexibility will be applied, and that, as we've heard from various communications from you in the last couple of days today, and as a result of the friendly amendment from Councillor Bradley, that flexibility will not be unreasonably denied.
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. And again, I want to thank Councillor Bradley for that helpful amendment, which I think was a good way to clarify that. So we know that there will continue to be lots of clarity and lots of flexibility. We have clarity about that now. I don't think it is fair to characterize this as ordering our employees back to the office 5 days a week starting January 1st. That is not what's happening. City manager has been clear about that. To me, as much as I appreciate the conversation we've had today, and it's been a healthy conversation, a respectful conversation, to me, fundamentally, it comes back to whether we ought to be having that kind of conversation, because we're talking about HR stuff today, and we don't do HR. City manager does HR. We hired the city manager, and we hired her to do a job, and I think we should let her do that job. So for me, there's a fundamental line that we should not cross, which is to get into doing HR at the council table. There were a lot of, I understand why we had the conversation today. I don't think it's a bad thing that we did, but it's not a conversation we should typically have because it's an HR conversation. So for that reason, because we've received assurances that there will be flexibility, I will be supporting Councillor Curry's replacement motion. And again, I appreciate the friendly amendment from Councillor Bradley. So with that, could we please vote on the replacement motion?
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches.
Oui.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Hughley.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No, but I support clause 1, 2, and 4.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Skalsky.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
15 yeas, 10 nays.
Can I just ask a question, because that hasn't happened before during my time here, but can you vote against a motion? I know you can vote for a motion but dissent on one part of it. Can you vote against a motion but assent on 3 parts of it?
Mr. Mayor and the member may wish to clarify that this has the effect of dissenting on recommendation 3 of the motion. Is that correct, Councillor?
I would like my vote on the motion to be recorded as opposed, but there are clauses within the motion that I support that I would like on the record.
Is that even an option?
Mr. Mayor, I have never seen that before. The opportunity to call for a divided vote would have been prior to it being voted on.
So I think his only option is to vote no, basically. Or yeah, I think the two options are voting no or voting yes, but dissenting on item 3.
I'll just say, Mr. Mayor, that I believe item 3 is the one that you ruled was the reason why the two motions were mutually exclusive. And that is the clause that I had the most concern with.
Okay. So do you want to vote no, period? Or do you want to vote yes, but dissent on item 3?
If those are my only two options, then I will vote no.
Thank you. So again, 15 yeas, 10 nays. Okay, thank you. All right, motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Councillor Leeper. Just for clarity, this is a time-sensitive issue, is that correct? Councillor Leeper? Sure. Yeah, so because it's a time-sensitive matter on suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Leeper?
It's one of those waiver of demolition controls. So whereas the building at 95 Melrose sustained significant damage due to a fire and partial demolition, and whereas given the poor condition of the building and the risk to public safety, it would be in the public interest to demolish the building, and whereas there is currently no building permit application for a replacement building, and whereas by waiving demolition control application, the city will not receive $5,723.20, which includes the $1,195.54 legal fee plus HST, which is the fee associated with the demolition control application. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve demolition control for the existing buildings on the property subject to the following conditions. 1, that the fees related to the demolition control application are waived, totaling $5,723.20. That until the time of the construction of a replacement building, the registered owner shall landscape the property to the satisfaction of the general manager of planning, development, and building services. The registered owner shall prohibit the use of the property for other interim uses and maintain the property in accordance with the property standards bylaw. The interim condition of the property after demolition of the existing building and up to construction of the replacement building shall include soft landscaping of the vacant lot, which may include grass and low shrubs. If the building permit for the replacement building is not issued within 24 months from the date of issuance of the demolition permit, the city clerk shall enter onto the collector's roll the sum of $1,000 up to a maximum of $20,000 total for the residential dwelling which was demolished for each month thereafter that a residential dwelling is not constructed, except insofar as any delay is attributable to the city not meeting policy or statutory review and approval deadlines. The registered owner shall enter into an agreement with the city. I'm trying to find a way to slowly cut this down. At such time as a building permit is issued to redevelop the site and the replacement building is in place, the agreement will become null and void and will be released upon request of the owner. The owner shall pay all costs associated with the release of the agreement. The registered owner agrees that the demolition permit will not be issued and the building cannot be demolished until such time that the agreement referenced herein has been executed and registered on title. This approval is considered null and void if the agreement is not executed within 6 months of council's approval. Therefore, be it further resolved that council delegate authority to the Director of Planning Services and Planning, Development and Building Services to make minor revisions to the agreement as needed. Mr. Mayor, my commitment is that if this passes and we do delegate that authority to the Director of Planning Services with respect to minor agreements, I will not bring motions to override them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry, you have a replacement motion? Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, is that carried?
That was good.
Notice is a motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Whereas the City of Ottawa, the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada have invested $8.15 billion in Ottawa's Stage 1 and 2 LRT project based on a cost-sharing model that has seen Ottawa taxpayers contribute 55% of the overall cost of the project. And whereas in other large Ontario cities like Toronto, Brampton, Hamilton, and Waterloo, the province and Metrolinx have built, own, and maintain light rail transit systems at little to no cost to local taxpayers. And whereas Mayor Sutcliffe has been advocating with the provincial government for the fair treatment of the City of Ottawa and its taxpayers for almost a year, especially as it relates to the ownership and maintenance of LRT assets, and whereas Premier Ford and Transportation Minister Sarkaria were in Ottawa on February 4th to announce a campaign commitment to upload Ottawa's LRT, which Premier Ford reiterated in his speech on Election Day, and whereas in the provincial budget tabled on May 15th, Minister Bethlen Falvey reiterated the province's commitment to pursuing the upload of Ottawa's LRT. Therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and the City Manager enter into negotiations with the Province of Ontario regarding the upload of LRT, and that the following principles be foundational to those discussions and inform a future agreement with the province. A, must be fair to Ottawa taxpayers and consistent with precedent deals reached in other Ontario municipalities. B, that the governance structure of Metrolinx includes appropriate mechanisms to ensure accountability and transparency for Ottawa residents. C, that Metrolinx has a significant presence and adequate resources in Ottawa to meet its commitments to the City of Ottawa and OC Transpo. D, that OC Transpo maintain local control over service delivery and hiring of personnel. E, that any savings from reduced debt servicing and maintenance costs be reinvested into OC Transpo. F, that the value of transit-oriented development opportunities available along the LRT corridors be identified, assessed, and factored into valuations. And G, that the province consult and collaborate with the City of Ottawa and OC Transpo on the planning, design, procurement, construction, delivery, and operation of Stage 3 LRT to Canada, Stittsville, and Barrhaven. And be it further resolved that the Mayor and the City Manager report back to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee on the status of their discussions as key milestones are achieved. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Dudas.
Whereas Mayor Greg Kazmierski was proof positive that having an intellectual disability does not need to hold you back, overcoming every challenge life threw at him with courage, humor, and heart. Whereas born with Down syndrome and 2 holes in his heart, Greg defied expectations from the very beginning, fighting for his place in school, in society, in the hearts of his community. Whereas Greg was a fighter in every sense, earning a black belt in Taekwondo and training at local martial arts gyms while also overcoming challenges with strength, kindness, and determination. Whereas Greg was a beloved and iconic figure in Blackburn Hamlet, affectionately known as the honorary mayor of Blackburn Hamlet, recognized for his leadership in fostering community spirit and connection. Whereas Greg worked for 35 years at the local grocery store, where his welcoming presence and genuine care for others made him a daily source of joy and comfort for generations of families. Whereas Greg was a tireless community builder, known for his enthusiastic support of local events such as the Blackburn Fun Fair, holiday celebrations, and neighborhood gatherings, where he was often seen giving out his signature bear hugs and uplifting everyone around him. Whereas Greg had a deep love for sports and was a fixture at local hockey games at the Blackburn Arena and baseball games at the Blackburn Park Diamond, where he cheered on players with unmatched spirit and kindness. Whereas Greg was also a regular at the Blackburn Arms pub, where he played darts, sang Elvis tunes, and cheered loudly for his beloved Ottawa Senators, further cementing his role as a joyful and familiar presence in the community. And whereas Greg's extraordinary contributions to community life were recognized through prestigious honors, including the Canada 125 Medal in 1993, the Ontario Medal for Good Citizenship in 2008, and his designation as Honorary Mayor of Blackburn Hamlet in 2008. Therefore, be resolved that the baseball diamond located in Blackburn Park be officially named the Greg Kazmierski Diamond in honor of his life, legacy, and enduring impact on the Blackburn Hamlet community. Be it further resolved that any costs associated with the installation of signage or plaque and recognition be covered through eligible sources.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and passed.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Devine.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of September 24th, 2025.
Is that carried? Are there any inquiries? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Devine.
that the proceedings of the City Council meeting of 24 September 2025 be adjourned.
Is that carried? Thank you. point of doing this. We aren't live yet? Okay. All right. Okay, just before we start, avant de commencer, I just wanted to demonstrate that with this big, beautiful Sharpie, I'm going to sign for the 82nd time this term of council that I am not using strong mayor powers, despite what the CBC reported today that I'd used them 81 times already. So I am signing a declaration that is actually relinquishing the strong mayor powers for the 82nd time this term of council, and that I've never used the strong mayor powers. So I hope that that CBC Windsor story will be corrected, because it is still there and it is still incorrect. Okay.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. So we'll now start with Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Ottawa.
I know you didn't write the story.
Thank you. Thank you for specifying, Mayor. I wanted to start with a question for the city manager. So we had hours of discussion about exactly how this policy is going to work. I'm hoping you could compress that into a brief statement about exactly what it means to have a standard with exceptions and how you're going to make determinations about who does or does not get accommodations, particularly in light of this amendment that seems to suggest that existing existing hybrid work arrangements will remain unchanged.
I'll do my best to make it as concise as I can. And I think, what you're asking is it the same now as it was before? And the answer is no, it's not. We still have our alternative work arrangement policy. That's not going away. But what it means is that as an employer and in consultation with our employees, we're going to have a conversation about what that in-office coverage looks like over a 5-day period. So whereas in the past, it's typically been over a 2-day period. So really looking at that full week coverage in the organization. And really that's that discussion that's going to happen between supervisor and staff with respect to that coverage and flexibility. I think the other piece that is really important to talk about is the investment that we're making in our staff in terms of their learning, their growth, the collaboration and relationship building that helps us in terms of our organizational culture and succession planning in the organization. So that's really key. That's one of the underlying foundational pieces for us as we look forward to the future and the change that's going to happen. And all of this aligns with our constant pursuit in terms of finding or delivering service excellence to our residents and making sure that we have value for money and taxpayer dollars are spent appropriately and well.
Okay. This will be for the mayor, but the city manager could weigh in too. We saw a protest before the debate started with several city unions saying they remain unsatisfied with this policy, even despite all the assurances that there will be flexibility and there will be accommodation. So can you explain to them why council was unwilling to step in to maintain the status quo when it did have the opportunity to do so for Mr. Leeper's motion?
As we discussed in the meeting, it's not city council's responsibility to make decisions about workplace arrangements and about individual employees. It's the city manager, the senior leadership team, and the managers throughout the system. We hired Wendy Stephenson to be our city manager. I believe in Wendy. I support Wendy. I think she's doing a great job, and we need to allow her to do her job. When you hire someone to do a job, and I've been in business, I've been in the private sector my whole life, I've worked in other organizations, I've been on many boards. When you hire someone to do a job, you let them do the job. They make the decisions. If at a certain point you don't like the decisions they're making, then you have to have a conversation with that person. But it's Wendy's decision to make. It's not ours. And so I think a lot of clarity was provided in the last few days about the flexibility we're providing to our employees. I hope that they are reassured by that, but ultimately it's the decision of the city manager.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Ben Andrews at CBC Radio.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My first question for Ms. Stephenson. I mean, a week ago or weeks ago when the end of hybrid work was announced, it obviously appeared to the unions and to a number of people around the council table that this was a firm end of hybrid work, return to office 5 days a week. Today, flexibility was stressed. Does this represent a watering down of the policy in response to that feedback?
Actually, I appreciate the clarification in terms of talking about this. And, you know, I talked about this during the council meeting as well. So the focus seemed to be on that 5-day return to work in that first communication in terms of how people were talking about it. When you look at the communication that went out further down, I talked about the alternative work arrangements and that would still exist at the end of the day. So it's, you know, the clarification has happened with respect to the communication that went out to council to speak to the flexibility that does exist. And I'm actually very happy that we had the discussion around the council table today to talk about the flexibility, because in the future, flexibility will be there.
Okay, thank you. And as a follow-up to the mayor, today Premier Doug Ford was speaking about outlawing, or recently Toronto Star reporting that Doug Ford will be intending to introduce legislation to outlaw speed cameras. You've previously supported them. Do you continue to do so? And what's your response to that provincial legislation?
Well, we'll see what happens. I'm interested to see whatever the Premier has to say. We put in place an automated speed enforcement program based on provincial legislation. I believe it was 2019 when the government allowed municipalities to do it. So they had the authority to put it in place. They have the authority to take it away. I don't think that's the best way forward, but it's not my decision. It's the provincial government's decision. If the provincial government goes ahead with this, we'll take a look at what that means. It will have an impact on safety. I think in school zones, they're suggesting that there may be ways to mitigate that without using speed cameras. I'm all ears. I'm happy to work with the provincial government on that. I think also, as you know, the proceeds from automated speed enforcement are reinvested in road safety in our city. So we would need to make sure that we still have the resources to do that if we're no longer able to use automated speed enforcement. So I'll wait to see the details. Happy to work with the province on however they think we can continue to invest in road safety and reduce speed in school zones in particular in the future.
When you continue to support speed cameras?
Well, the evidence that I've seen is that they do cause people to slow down and that they've been effective in school zones. And I was recently knocking on some doors in one neighborhood, and there were a few residents who said they wanted to see them continue. But look, I know they're not popular with everybody, and it's not our decision. It's provincial legislation that allowed it, so they can disallow it in the future.
Thank you.
Monsieur le maire, est-ce que je peux vous demander en français,
Oui.
surtout sur l'aspect financier que ça représente pour
Oui.
la ville?
Alors, vous savez
On the
que
financial
les
aspect,
fonds que nous recevrons
yes,
pour,
you know that the money that we receive for speed tickets, this money is reinvested in the road safety. So if we don't have that money in the future, we'll have to replace these funds with another source. And I hope that we can work with the province to find the money.
Merci, thank you. Next is Caitlin Wilson at CTV Ottawa.
I can just from up here. I can't. I don't want to move my. I don't want to leave my camera.
We can pass you the mic if that's better. Yeah.
Thank you. So my first question is for the city manager. What assurances can you give employees who are worried about losing their hybrid work schedule come January 1st?
I said this during the council meeting, and I'll say it again, that we're going to work very closely with employees around their personal circumstance and, you know, what the operational role and requirements are. So that conversation's going to happen. We're going to ensure that we're taking everything into consideration when we're looking at the requests that come in with respect to hybrid work. So it's ongoing. We want to work with everybody. Employees are the heart of our organization, and they deliver our services day upon day for all of our residents here at the city. So it's very safe to say that we're going to continue to have that dialogue with them and make sure that we find something that works for everybody.
And my second question is for
Take your time.
one woman show here. For the mayor, we already heard that 85% plus another 7% are already back daily, and flexibility is still going to be offered. Do you think the debate then is more sort of symbolic versus practical and things actually changing?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Look, I think that at a practical level, I hope everybody understands that we're talking about a relatively small number of City of Ottawa employees who are affected by this, and that there's flexibility in place for those employees, and that for many of them, things may not change. I think what's happened here is that it's taken on a broader kind of context because there are other employees in the City of Ottawa, including federal government employees, who are thinking about their own work arrangements, and I'm sure I've heard from some of them that they're worried that this sets a precedent somehow. So I think the discussion around this took on a much broader context than simply the practical question of whether the city manager had the authority to make this decision and the number of people that it would affect. And I know that many councillors and I heard from people who were not City of Ottawa employees who had very strong feelings about this issue for that reason. So it's an issue about which people have very strong feelings. Let's not forget there are a lot of people who work in our community, including thousands and thousands of people who work for the City of Ottawa, who are on the work site 5 days a week because that's the nature of their job and they have no choice. You can't repair a bus over Zoom. You can't drive a train over Zoom. You can't plow a road over Zoom. So lots and lots of our employees are on site 5 days a week, and a small number have the capacity to do hybrid work. We'll continue to work with them, but I think it did take on a broader context because people have strong feelings about this issue. There are lots of people who are, have the mentality that everybody should be in the workplace 5 days a week, and there's lots of people who feel that everybody should have the right to work from home if they want to. And so it's a politically charged issue, and I think you saw that over the last few days and even today at the council meeting.
Thank you. On va Sébastien Pierrose, le 3.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Maire.
Bonjour.
Dans votre
Mr.
allocution
Mayor,
finale avant le vote,
in your
vous avez dit
concluding
qu'il
remarks,
pourrait avoir une ligne qui
you
serait
said
franchie si la motion Curry était refusée.
that if
Quelles auraient été
the
les conséquences, par
Curry
exemple, si
motion would be
la motion
rejected,
Leaper aurait été acceptée aujourd'hui?
what would be the consequences if the Leaper
Pour les
motion would be
pouvoirs
adopted,
de la directrice municipale.
carried?
Je soutiens
Relative
le
to the
directrice
delegated
municipale.
power,
Je soutiens
I support the
son
municipal
autorité
director.
pour prendre les décisions pour
She
les
has the
employés de
authority
la ville d'Ottawa.
concerning the employees of the city of
Sinon,
Ottawa.
si je ne soutiens pas la directrice municipale,
If I don't
c'est nécessaire
support
de
my
parler avec
own
elle,
director,
pendant une
and if there's a
évaluation, quelque chose
disagreement,
comme ça.
we could talk to her
Nous n'avons
during
pas le
an
choix
evaluation.
quelquefois, nous soutenons
Sometime
la directrice et les
we
autres
can
fois,
support the director.
non. C'est
Sometime we
important
can be in disagreement.
de mettre quelqu'un en
It
place
is very important to have
et
someone
laisser cette personne
in this
prendre
position
les décisions
and
pour
let
la
that
ville.
person
Et puis,
make
je pense
decisions.
que si nous prenons les décisions qui sont
If we're
la responsabilité
taking
de la
decisions
directrice municipale,
that would be under her
c'est une
purview,
situation dangereuse.
this is a dangerous
Il y
situation.
a
It's a
une note qui a
precedent.
été
We can't do
écrite
that.
par la directrice municipale. You wrote a note
The director
on
sent a
Monday,
note on Monday
give some adaptation to the policy. So what is it different today? with the decision today, what's different?
Est-ce que je peux répondre un peu? Je pense que c'est le note le mémo de Madame Stephenson.
Madame Stephenson sent a memo on Monday. She was explaining there would be flexibility for employees. And that the message circulating, the rumors circulating means that everyone will have to be in the office 5 days a week as of January 1st, 2026. Madam Stephenson simply clarified the situation. There will be flexibility. It's exactly the same thing that applied in 2019. Remember, before the pandemic, we had flexibility. Some employees were allowed to work in hybrid mode. This will be the same thing as of 2026. Thank you so much.
Merci. On va à Frédéric Papin, Radio-Canada.
Radio-Canada.
Monsieur Sutcliffe, aujourd'hui, la mairesse de Gatineau
Mayor Sutcliffe, there was an answer from the mayor of Gatineau on Facebook. They are in a campaign right now. She's receiving herself a lot of messages through Facebook, degrading messages that have no link to politics. Their appearance. How do you perceive Facebook? Could this impact politics in the region? Answer? Yeah, these are messages attacking personally the mayor, the mayor of Gatineau in the middle of a campaign. Answer? I'm very sad to hear that. Maude is a very smart person. She's efficient. I'm working very well with Maude. And it's very sad that she's receiving these types of messages. There's no room in politics for that. I've discussed that many times with other politicians. This is not acceptable in a working place. So no one can actually talk to someone else without any consequences. But when we're talking about a politician, it looks like it's the acceptable behavior. This is a reality. This is the same thing for athletes. But it doesn't apply to the rest of the world. It's unacceptable to write on a Facebook page to complain or critic a teacher or critic the owner of a small company or a professor at university. Sometimes these are the types of things that are written about politicians. So I don't know why this would be acceptable for a politician. According to me, this would be completely unacceptable. When I think about Maude, I support her. She's a good leader. She's smart. She respects her own residents. I like to work with her. So I'm thinking about her right now. Question? We're talking a lot about manpower. This is what you talk. You talk about the personnel. You said about 7%. So about 1,000 employees could be affected by this directive. Do you think that the Ottawa services will gain in efficiency? Answer? Once more, it's a decision that has to be made by the general director. When we're talking about young employees, hybrid work provides them opportunities. They can progress in their career. Then we have mentorship, we have coaching. they're able to work with others and see what other employees are doing and moving up in the system. Of course, there are some disadvantages of working on location. You have actually to get to work by train or by car. But there are also some advantages to be on location. It's an advantage for your career progression, for collaboration, for teamwork. It's not my decision. This is the decision of the general director. Of course, efficiency was a factor, but Wendy was not taking this as her main priority. But when employees are always in hybrid mode, because you don't need them necessarily to have them 5 days a week in the office, but always being in hybrid mode is not the same thing as working with your colleagues.
Are the services going to be rendered as efficiently now on, bringing back a bit more people? We're talking about 7%, but will services be offered better?
So I'll always come back to value for taxpayer money and providing excellent services. I mean, that's the most important, no matter where you are doing your job, whether you're in person or whether you're working hybrid. So our focus will be on that. But again, in terms of the underlying reason for the decision on what we're doing being foundational, in terms of looking at improving our organizational culture and making investments in our staff are really important in terms of the future sustainability and success of the city.
Thank you, merci. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui.